Hello, folks, and welcome to Rauta stream. I hope everything is fine in that, and everything is pretty fine here. Had just my first beer of the evening, and it was really, really good. Uh, I was going to say I don't know where I put the bottle, but my friend just sent me a little bit of beer earlier today. Got picked up this bottle. So Maistila, one of my favorite breweries from Finland, sent this bottle to me, sent this box of beers to me. This was the first one, and yeah, really good one. Anyway, since I'm gonna be anticipating more than two people in the stream, I don't know what really to talk about just yet. What I have in mind, however, is albums of the year, AOTY, things that always come to people's mind when we're talking about December. Which albums really did make the impact? Which ones are the best ones of 2021? And things like that. Also, well, Christmas is only a week away. So I guess that's worth mentioning today as well. And let me know if the volume is not high enough, if it's too much or something like that. I'll try to adjust. Can't really do much about the lightning. It is what it is. Given that it's pitch black outside, it's December after all. Kind of like the darkest day of the year. Well, almost. So it's not like I get a lot, a lot support lightning wise from outside. So it's a little bit grainy image here. But then again, you're really not paying attention to my beautiful, beautiful face. You're just here to have a little bit of talk, questions and answers with me, I hope, and all that stuff. So I hope all the best stream to you guys. I hope you will making interesting comments and questions. I hope to answer your questions and relate to your comments. I will be having a smokehead whiskey. I don't know why I keep always advertising what I'm drinking here because, you know, having stream dry mouthed is not an option. You know how it is. We'll sit down with a few beers or glasses of wines, and this stream is no exception to that. So I'm gonna have a little bit of smokehead Scottish whiskey. That's my style. Everybody knows that. In case you wanna one day send me a birthday or a Christmas present, you know what to do. Scotch whiskey. Don't send me albums. I got enough albums already. But anyway, welcome to the stream. I hope you will have worthwhile time here. I hope that you're not wasting your time here. If you have anything better things to do, like, I don't know, make love to your beautiful partner, or I don't know, watch a movie, watch Witcher season 2, play a video game, read a good book, listen to some good music, or I don't know, go for a jog, powerlifting, or just sleep. Do that instead. But in case you want to have a little bit of a chit chat with me, you want to kill some time, make goofy questions, have a little bit of a drinking while listening to music and while listening to my random rambling, you're right here with Rauta. It's December stream, and we're gonna have some good time, I hope. So cheers to you all who are here already now that the stream has started. I hope you will make interesting questions, and I will start reading them right now so I can react them in, well, timely basis, timely whatever. Mm-mm-mm. Some good whiskey here. Let me know if there's anything problem with the voice and all that stuff. I do have my beautiful microphone here, so let's hope everything is fully functioning here. So that's it. It's December, and let's get ready to rock and roll. Now, I usually do these streams, as you probably know, in case you're a long time subscriber or follower or whatever you want to call yourself, in the early of each month. Now, this month I just happened to be traveling, so there was no kind of a reasonable possibility for me to have this stream while traveling, and I made up other excuses, not really, but jokingly. So this wasn't happening until now. I wanted a time when I'm, awake, and also when I'm present here, not like just really tired and barely able to talk. So this is the time. This is why it didn't happen in the past 2 weeks. But I'll try to do January stream in very, very early January fashion. So it's not probably 4 weeks away, 4 weeks away, but rather 2 or 3 weeks. Let's see how it goes. But early January, that's pretty much a promise. So anyway, hail to Natred, Voltman, and Hellfire Kitchen, Rob Hellfire, and all you guys who are there. Natred, it's nice that this time you could make it before the stream ended. I remember you having some hard times with the time zones or notifications and all that stuff. So it's kind of a shitty thing. But glad to have you here. Glad to have you board. And Waldman recently got my Rauta t-shirt. I guess he can recommend it to you. I hope so. I will make a reminder if I remember myself about the shirt in case you want to get one for yourself. So that's pretty much of it. And thanks, Rob. Glad to hear the sound is okay. No need to adjust things right then. So I'm doing fine. Thank you, Waldman, for asking. It's been a little bit of a busy days lately. Lots of albums to be reviewed. Not so much on the interview section. Today it's been a very basic Saturday. Did some powerlifting. Did lunch and dinner and watched some Witcher and been playing Far Cry 6. That's pretty much of it. Normal work, family stuff, and listening to a lot of music. Currently going to Judas Iscariot Worst to Best, which I hope to get out on, in January. Yeah, next month. So doing Worst to Best of Judas Iscariot as we speak. So that's pretty much the news. I hope everything is well in your end as well. Hello, Gio. Nice to have you here. Don't worry if you haven't had time to watch my videos. I don't expect anybody to watch all my videos or even most of them. Just cherry pick the ones you want. That's what matters. If you're only for interviews, then do it. I haven't heard new Warlog. That's I have to say. And as far as I know, Northern Heritage doesn't promote it, I guess, because the band wants to such ways. So I think it's only available if you really buy the physical product. But that's how it is. And hello, Emil Baranovsky. Nice to see you as well. Yes, Natred, I have nothing but problems. That's true. It's like this Jay-Z song, 99 Problems, but the bitch ain't one. What else? Well, Mont, it's great that you have that Rauta shirt. 6 degrees only in Athens, Greece. That sucks, man. I mean, it's actually around the same degrees. Well, maybe 2 degrees outside here in Finland. We don't have snow at the moment. We did have, and I mean, we really had some cold weather here. Like a couple of weeks ago, there was something like -20, which means the sanitary system. I'm not going into details, but the thing here is you couldn't basically put anything down the drain or sewer system. No running water, no using of laundry machine, no dishwashing machine, not using the toilet. So what did I do? I had to use my our neighbor's toilet and mother-in-law and all that stuff. So it was a couple of weird days until the guys who decide to take care of this ordeal took care of the the sewage system, and it started working again. Losing people because I started to talk about freezing moments. But yeah, it is what it is. You not read how that sounds awesome. I really need to taste one that someday. From above on the background, yeah, that is actually some right here in the background. That is just some empty vinyl cover on the background. There's also this book this Stan sent me. that's the fireplace on the background, which I just keep random stuff right there. And usually I don't change the place of those items unless there's something special I need to have. I really don't wonder about my background. As you can see, there's like one door ajar and all that stuff. So it's just my normal life really here. If I move this camera a bit, you can see it's kind of a mess. Like there's this bunch of Rauta shirts nearby the floor. It's really a mess. There's this machine highway stuff with sending letters and stuff like that. And this is just a normal life. It's it's not the proper background. So that's as subtle as it gets. Only 6 degrees in France, Paris also. Well, that's weird. I've heard the latest Arch Code and I reviewed it already. I think it's one of the better ones, so it's great. New Funeral Mist got out yesterday. I got it like 2 days prior to release date, but haven't had the time to listen to it. For some reason, I'm listening to some other stuff like that Judas Iscariot. I was listening to it, at the gym. I could have been listening to Funeral Mist, but man, priorities. It's all about that. But I will get into the Funeral Mist later on. I won't review it unless the label or the band or someone sends the physical copy, because I really can't put digital copies before physical copies people are sending. You know how it is. It would be just unfair. So I don't know if there will be a Funeral Mist review or not, but I don't know if real people really care. I mean, if you really like the band, nobody cares what I think about it. So there's that. But yeah, Judas Iscariot is definitely one of my USBM favorites. So it's kind of like my love letter to the band. Like my previous Arcanum, Worst to Best, being one of my favorite Swedish black metal bands of all time. I think only one that actually beats Arcanum in its own game is Bathory. But yeah, Judas Iscariot is one of my USBM favorites, and I've already covered Abzu, so there's that. So yeah, it will be a love letter. I can tell you pretty much. In my opinion, Judas Iscariot doesn't have a weak album. All are good, even when the playing is sloppy, even when there is no sense to the drums and all that stuff. So it's more about putting them into right order according to me anyway and my liking. But I do love the band, and I think Judas Iscariot doesn't get enough recognition, if you will. And I want to talk about it. It's a great band, or was a great band, and I think it deserves more attention. So there is that. And like I said, I want to be focusing more on the bands that don't exist anymore, the disbanded ones, if you will, because they won't be pushing out new albums. So it makes more sense to do these worst to best videos of bands that have ceased to exist. And that's why Judas Iscariot is right there as the next band. Now, I must say, I was originally planning to do Dismember before Entombed and Judas Iscariot worst to best videos, but the thing is, well, Dismember seems to be possibly active, even though no new releases have been put out. And also, Dismember is not on any of those streaming services, and I'm kind of a dependent on them when I'm doing full discography runs, because I'm no collector. It's not like I'm gonna buy full discographies of bands. I like maybe, I don't know, one or two albums. So I always have to kind of lean on to these streaming services when it comes to doing worst to best. Sometimes it's painful, like when, for example, that Entombed was a good example of that. When a band has like 3 good albums and the rest are decent or less, it's kind of a painful to listen to that kind of a mediocre music. But in order to do my job, I push myself to do it, and sometimes it makes sense. Some people for probably not. But there is that. We always have to remember that where we might have our favorites from 30 years ago when we were like teenagers. I mean, I'm 46, so my teenager years are long gone. But there might be these people who are now like 25 and who had their teenager favorite albums 10 years ago. Like what happened in say 2010 might be in the past, might be already feel nostalgic to people in their 25s or so. So whenever we're talking about classic albums, for instance, there's this difference between age. I mean, it's a very different world if you're 50 years old or if you're 20 years old, and or anything in there between. So whenever we're talking about classic albums or nostalgic albums, we have to remember that whatever is nostalgic to you might be a new album to some other person or old as fuck to some other. So that's why it's interesting to go albums and discographies and talk about them, like how it's gonna sound, especially in nowadays ears, if you get my meaning. Okay, getting back to reading the comments again. Oh, Joni Hakogangas Kingas. Nice to have you there. Today's topics. Well, Christmas, albums of the year, and nostalgia, it seems. Oh, stream. Was there a problem with stream? Was that the reason why some people dropped off? I hope it is still working. At least people are coming back, I guess. Stream is dying. What the hell? Do I really need to restart? I don't know. There are more people now than there was like 10 minutes ago. Let's see. Hello, Alex. Nice to have you here as well. I got your email, but I didn't have the time to reply you yet. I will get back to it. Juho Malinen about Emgua. I would say my favorite Emgua. I have a hard time remembering all the albums. Rauta, but I have it here. Exercise in Futility would be my favorite ones, but I mean they're all pretty much you know, the same quality. That's the funny thing with MY is that none of the albums are like really, how to say, that much distinguished by difference, in different riffs and songs and all that stuff, because they're mostly about atmosphere for me. So they're all really good, 8.5 out of 10 or better. So hard in that sense to figure out what would be the best, but trusting my own notes about MY, I would say, yeah, exercise in futility. And yeah, I don't know what happened to Akhenaten of Judas Iscariot. I just at some point learned that Judas Iscariot was no more. I didn't know what he did after that. And yeah, about the Helheim, I actually have it in that shelf. That Helheim. Remember, as CD, I always kind of wanted to include it in the review and show it, but never got to do it. Maybe I need to take a photo for Instagram just to keep people heads up with it. But that Helheim debut album is one of those albums that kind of make me sad, thinking that too bad the band never made a second album in the same style. I mean, the second album is already quite different in style, but the first album has so crazy vocals and some really, really catchy parts, both synths and riff wise. So it's kind of sad they really didn't keep going on with that. But yeah, it's a definite classic. Terve vaan, Arvo Männikkö. What else? More comments reading. Yeah, Hellfire Kitchen, Rob Hellfire. Yeah, I get it. you're pretty much the same age as me. So obviously our bands go all the way to 90s and 80s or even 70s. Not so much for 70s for me because obviously I was too young to listen to those bands back in the days. But yeah, definitely it makes it matters like what age you are, at which point you got to listen to certain albums and all that stuff. So that it is. Alex, nice to have MY there. It's a good live band, and there's a reason why MY is getting a lot of success and liking. Yeah, and Azazel definitely made a good album this year. I can pretty much reveal it won't be in my top 10, but it would be roughly in my top 40, something like that. As of late, like today, before this stream, I was actually listening to one of my top 10 albums, and I've been already piling them up. Uh, how it seems 2021, the best albums of the year, is that there's pretty much an interesting, how to say, share between black metal and death metal and a little bit of thrash metal. So this year has been, in my opinion, quite strong. Only one album is like out of ordinary versus maybe two previous years. But overall, I think this year has been very, very solid. So it's gonna be interesting. Obviously, I have probably hundreds of albums from 2021 which I haven't gone through, which could be there. So I don't know how it will be. And my plan is to do, once again, I've done it this before, but maybe after 3, 4, maybe even 6 months after the new year, I will be making a list once again of those missed gems of 2021. So that is the albums that didn't make it to albums of the year list, but which could have been there had they arrived here in timely fashion or whatever, and which I guess I missed in 2021, which I will be listening in 2022. I will be making another video of that because let's be honest about it. Sometimes you hear albums of any given year a little bit late. Like maybe some album. This Funeral Mist is a very good example. I mean, it came out on 17th of December 2021. It might be very easily 2022 by the time you actually have the time to listen to it. So you are late to the party when it comes to making off these album of the years list. Also, it goes like this. Sometimes I know some of my review colleagues forget what was going on in the early months of any given year. So people are more inclined to remember the later months of any given year when they're choosing their albums of the year. And they might be way too early to make the list already in by the mid December. So the albums that come out in the last 2 weeks of any given week are too late, too early, or too late to the party, depending on which way you want to describe it. But kind of late to the party. And the ones that come out, say, in the first 6, 7 months of the year are too early to the party in the sense that people don't necessarily remember what was going on in, say, January through June. So once they're, putting together their lists, they're like, hey, so how was this year altogether? And my way to defeat that kind of a problem has been for, I don't know, maybe past 10 years or so, is that I start doing my lists in the very early parts of the year. So say in the first week of January, there comes this album that is just wow, boom, great album. I put it down on my list. I write it down saying, like, for example, Asphyx. This year, Asphyx did a good album, 8 out of 10 for me. And I wrote it down when it came out. So when I was going through my lists, in December, I would figure out, okay, this album was right there. Obviously, I keep track of my review scores as well. So I don't include albums that are, say, 7 out of 10 or whatever. Basically, anything under 8 have no possibility to end up in my top 10 lists. But since I start keeping track already in January, by the time it is December, I go through all the list. I have rated 8 out of 10 or better, and I start looking at that list like, okay, this came out in January, February, these came out in April or June or whatever, and I start figuring out like what albums to include in the list. So for me, I mean, my uh, memory wouldn't serve me well if I only was like figuring out in December like which albums to include. Probably I would only remember like past 2 or 3 months. I would forgot like what was going on already in March. So that's why, in order to make these album of the year lists really fair and honest, I have to make notes. So throughout the years, I add these albums, then I keep notes like this and that band, this and that album, this and that score. And I kind of divide it like here is the 9 out of 10 or better, 8.5, 8, and so on. And then I start looking at the list. Okay, like these are the ones that have possibility, the contenders for the album of the year, and the rest not so much. Even they're good. So I want to include all the list from 8 out of 10s and better in my video, but I will reveal them, in that list, like which are the actual ones that will be mentioned in the review video. And I hope that this way I will give more than just top 10, but obviously would make no sense to talk about top 50 because it would take like 2 hours. Nobody would have the time and will to look at a video like that. So I will include this whole list for your convenience. You might spot some interesting albums like, okay, I didn't know that this and that band was doing an album, or oh, that is also mentioned here. But in the video, I will be focusing on top 10. So these are my favorite picks. And now I have gone like through 5 of them. And it's still like almost 2 weeks to the end of the year, or roughly 2 weeks. So yeah, I still have time to figure out what would my top 10 be like. I pretty much know it, but I don't know yet like which one will be my, number 2 versus number 5 and so forth. But roughly I know the position from number 2 to number 10. It's this point at this point it's only details. Unless there is in the very last minute comes an album and like, fuck, this could be the album of the year, and things might change the last minute. And that is the reason why I probably will be doing my video for albums of the year probably during New Year's Eve, like one day before it actually gets out. So it's going to be really, really fresh. But at the moment, I have my top 10 figured out. Not just the order, but that's it. Okay, sorry. I get distracted and going to read once again your comments and try to reply to you. Not so timely fashion, but you get the idea. But yeah, it's been a solid year, all in all. Kramalarev is asking which guitars and amp do I own? Pedals. I only have like Boss HM2 or no, not HM2, but Metal Zone pedal, but I don't use it at our band rehearsal room. And I have a couple of Jackson PS1 guitars, but I don't have an amp. I'm actually borrowing amp for my bandmates, but then again, Annihilatus is a little bit on hiatus right now, and we're focusing on Nightside because Nightside is doing a comeback gig next year. That is a Turku Saatanalla event. We've had this new lineup for a few months now, and we have a solid set for Nightside's comeback gig in early 2022. So I've been mostly just singing. If you can call my voice singing, but you get the idea. So not so much doing Annihilators or guitar work, just, being a vocalist at the moment. I haven't listened to New Bloodhammer yet, but my friend plays in the band, so I wouldn't be surprised if at some point he would send me some tracks. I think I already have some advanced tracks from that album. I think I got them like 2 years ago. So nothing really fresh. And Bloodhammer, yeah, it's a Finnish raw black metal band. Uh, Annihilators and Musta Surma and Bloodhammer actually did three-way split. Uh, Recorded it like 2003, but came out like 10 years later by um, Northern Heritage. So yeah, Bloodhammer is a Finnish raw black metal band. New Overmod is good, but I wouldn't put it in my top 30, to be honest. New Hordom Rife, that is something that I'm interested in, but I haven't heard it yet. Wagner Odergaard was interesting, but not that great. What else? I'm reading your comments in case you're wondering what the fuck I'm staring at and why I'm so silent. Um, and hello, Leon. Yeah, I will be having a list for you for 2021 best albums. Hello, Jackie Duran. I'm doing fine. How are you, man? I hope you're doing fine. Waldman, I won't be discussing my best for 2020 album. I'm gonna save it for the video. But I think people who have been watching my reviews throughout the year already know what my favorite ones is. Because then again, I really, I have done this list. Some of you might have seen, especially if you're on Rauta's Discord. That list has the albums I've been reviewing. It doesn't have all of them, but I think it has something like, I mean, past 2 years, it has pretty much every album I've been reviewing, but it already has some more than 2,000 reviews done by me, mostly past 2 years, but also some earlier ones. And I keep updating that on almost daily basis. So if you want to do a little bit scouting, you will figure out which albums will be in my top 10 or top 20 or whatever for 2021. Uh, Anti-communist S is asking, what is my opinion, if any, of Vainaja? I think that was if I'm not now mistaken, incorrect, Vainaja was that band that did some kind of a doom death. I really need to check out if I'm mistaking it with the name. Let me just check it out. Because now I'm figuring out like whether we're talking about the same band. Yeah. It is Why Not. I actually remember when they were playing at the gym. Why Not is definitely the band. Yeah, I didn't mix it up. I think I reviewed a couple of their albums. Rated them as a 7.5 out of 10. They're pretty solid, but still missing something in my opinion. But an interesting band, definitely. I wouldn't call them kind of sludge sounding, more like death doom, definitely. More on the death side, though. I hope to interview them someday. Can't promise anything yet. I don't have connection to the band. Alex Rose, I think I already covered that Steelfest Pussy Bands bailing out from Steelfest. And I'm planning, if things go as I plan, things sometimes change, as you probably know. I plan to do another Steelfest video in January where I will discuss something about related to the fest, and I will probably do a little bit of calling out, maybe. I don't know if I will actually call out the bands by the name, but yeah, I will discuss about bands canceling from the event. I will probably get a little bit of hatred for that, but I guess it's worth it because Steelfest is one of my favorite fests of all time, and I am on their side. It doesn't matter what some people think about politically. I don't give a fuck. It's not about politics. It's about metal music and being a person of honesty, like Yanni of Steelfest is, being a decent person, and you know having balls. I mean, there's the saying, if you can't stand the heat, stay the fuck out of the kitchen. And I think it applies to a lot of bands more now than ever when it comes to this whole ordeal with Steelfest. So, what can I say? There are brave ones, and then there are bands that are not so brave. Everybody, I guess, to a certain degree, have to think about their, you know, career, money, fame, and all that stuff. But it all kind of sounds funny when you're talking about extreme metal. I mean, if you really think about it, when we're talking about extreme metal, we are not to talk about the money and the fame and the name and all that stuff at first. But we're living in a world where all those matters. There are bands that don't give a fuck and they do what they want. I think bands like Niflheim, for instance, are the kind of like that. And then there are these bands who have to think about their career. Will they lose a deal with a big record label and all? Will they lose some fan base? Will they lose some money if they go to a wrong fest? I think that should tell enough what I think about Steelfest and all. But I will talk about more, I guess, in January. That's at least the plan. I actually had the chat with Yanni of Steelfest about the whole thing, like when will the lineup be revealed or will it be revealed at all? Other bands I can talk about, or can I just talk about genres which will be present there, or which kind of audience Steelfest 2022 will attract? So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, I will be making video one way or another about Steelfest 2022. 4 days, 50 bands. It's gonna be a blast. I will be there. I will probably be a little bit wasted as well. I probably will do a lot of interviews, and I will feature Marius of Rauta fame there. Thank you, Waldman, about your comments about Nightside. Yeah, let's see how it goes. And Emil, thanks to you as well. Hector Garcia, everything is here nice. How are you doing, man? Oh, Natred, a bunch of bands pulled out of Steelfest. One by one, let's put it this way. And there is this Bardo methodology interviews about Steelfest, Yanni. So there's that. I wouldn't say 90% pulled them out. I think Yanni said at some interview that roughly 30 of those 50 bands could still be playing right there, but no naming because you know Yanni and the rest of the Steelface guys, Fest guys, don't want to give that name list so that these boycott people, canceling people, have those names so they can target the bands. So there's that. Alvaro Esquito, yeah, the Steelfest controversy came up lately because Steelfest was interviewed for Bardo methodology. The interview is up on the side of Bardo methodology, so give it a go. Waldman, the Super Bowl for 2022 will be a very interesting one. There was already a speculation it might be my two favorite teams, New England Patriots versus Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because Patriots have been, stepping up their game quite a bit. And also Buccaneers have been playing great with my favorite quarterback, Tom Brady. So it's going to be very, very interesting Super Bowl evening. And as curious as it might be, my drummer from Nightside, he's married to a woman from Chile, and she made these great, I think it was called empanados de Chile or something like that. Fucking great, kind of meat pies, if you will. And I was already making an order with my bass player who's going to attend Super Bowl evening at my place. For that Super Bowl night, we always have a great amount of food, so it's going to be a great Super Bowl evening once again. Yes, Alex, I agree with you about Sailfest. A lot of asshole people and all that stuff. And hello, Nico. Yeah, I have some whiskey with me. What I'm currently having is Smokehead. Bought this Smokehead extra rare bottle from the Nordic Metal Cruise. Not as good as obviously as like Lafroig or Lagavulin or Kalila, but I like it. It's smoky, not as peaty, as tasty as some of the best ones I have in my liquor cabinet, but still good. Yeah, Nadred, the lineup is looking pretty solid, but you don't really know which bands are going to attend. But bands like Havukroonu, Moonsoro, Imbel Nazarene, and maybe this member, I think they bailed out. Some people already announced that they're bailing out, and some probably didn't announce. For instance, I know one interesting replacement band that is coming, but obviously I cannot mention it out loud. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And Alex, I agree with your Fight Club statement about agreeing about rules in Fight Club. And I guess people who come to Steel Festival, they're gonna have a blast. And people who didn't, decide to go there and who are gonna be left outside are gonna be bitter about like, why didn't I go there? There's so such cool bands. Well, you choose your side. That's what is down to it, really. JKD is asking interesting questions. Do I have an all-time favorite lineup for I've seen in a fest in the past? Not really, but technically speaking, I guess I have because it was really great time a couple of times in Wacken when there were bands like Slayer and Nile and lots of other great bands playing during the same evening and or same week, and it was like mind blown to have all those good bands play their some great shows. Then again, at Steelfest, I've got to witness bands like Graveland and Sadistic Intent. Really great live bands doing great lineup shows. So it's hard to pick just one because there are different kind of events and all that stuff. Also, one of my all-time favorite is still Noctarno Calto doing Dark Throne special set with Satyricon in 2004 at Wacken. So there's that. So it's hard to pick just one great lineup, and not necessarily always what you see as a lineup as great is gonna be great live. I mean, there are bands which are great on paper, like wow, I'm gonna see these bands, and then when on stage, like not that great. And sometimes bands that you don't really have big expectations for, Sadistic Intent, never been exactly a fan. But I mean, they were intense on stage. I remember, like wow, when they played their show. So truth versus theory isn't exactly I mean, practice versus theory isn't exactly something that always is the same. It's much like these great looking gals. You might have a boner for some great model or some great looking girl, and you're like, yeah, this is going to be my night of the day. Like, yeah, me nailing that lady. And in bed, that lady is like, she looks great, but she's not that good in bed. And then you get some other lady in your bed. Maybe she's not a model, but she knows how to do those tricks. Theory versus practice. Sometimes the facts don't tell it all. You have to witness things yourself. So there's that. I don't know why I always end up talking about sex. Maybe because I'm an animal. Quote me on that if you need to. And before someone gets to mention it, yeah, Jerry knows jack shit about nothing. You can quote me on that as well. I know jack shit about nothing. I don't even know about my opinions. I just have a few. Angelo Leon is asking, metal is pretty much alive in Finland, right? Yes, very much so, even though COVID has slowed things down. But for instance, now the third Rauta Club is happening in the early 2022, and it's going to be a trash metal club. So Rauta events are finally taking place. And as such, in general, metal is living. Metal is alive, so to speak. Hector Garcia is going to eat some Mexican tacos. Fuck you, Hector. I'm just kidding. No disrespect. I'm just envying you because you have Mexican tacos. And go Patriots. Yeah, empanadas. In empanadas. Fuck, I cannot even speak proper Spanish. Yeah, but those empanadas, fuck, they were so good. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of a running nose. You might hear that my voice is a little bit down because I have a semi flu. Don't worry, it's not COVID, I think. But yeah, a little bit of a running nose problem. Hasn't been stopping me from training though. It's like nothing. But yeah, Bardo is the best magazine ever. Yeah, I agree. If DSAT pulls out, I will be upset. You know, the funny thing about DSAT and Finland is that out of some 6 gigs, DSAT have been announced to play in Finland. I think they only played once. So it's more like a rule of thumb that whenever DSAT is announced for Finland, they're not gonna play. They played once, and that's one of those few times I was going. So there is that. Still haven't seen D-Side live, and I would fucking love to see them live. I would fucking love to interview Glenn or whoever is ready for interview, but you never know. And Bruichladdich is pretty okay. Not my favorite of Islay whiskies, but yeah, Bruichladdich is okay. It's pretty good. Um, Wallman, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Extreme metal, playing metal and not giving so much as fuck about things. I mean, I get it. People, there are real issues. Rant coming. I will read those comments in first, and then I will get back to ranting. Alvaro Esquito, Yanni is definitely doing that. He's criticizing both sides. He's not, right wing or left wing. He's much like me. It's all about, having good bands, people having good time, and all that stuff. Not giving a fuck about those, political things and things like that. That's why he have booked some great bands on Steelfest. They're bands of various cultures and skin tones and different lyrical contents, so it has never been about just like let's do some edgy right-wing bands. That has never been the thing with Steelfest. Yanni has always been picking good bands, and I think that matters. So yeah, people should read that interview and get educated about Steelfest. Yoni, what event you're referring to, I can tell you about that. Nigo, yes, definitely get some whiskey. Nadred had some great burritos. Oh man, I so fucking envy you. You American and Mexican people, you have that great food. You have burritos, you have tacos, you have tortillas. What we have? Tasteless food here in Finland unless you go to a ethnic restaurant. Yes, Alvaro Ritskita, seeing these out in Finland is equivalent to winning a lottery. Very correct. Oh, Nico Bunahapan Moine. Sounds good. I think I haven't had that one, but yeah, great stuff. Yes, Emil, I have some great remedy right here. By the way, it's Yanni, not Yoni. I'm gonna type it so that you know there's difference between Yanni and Yoni. Both are Finnish names, though. What's the most metal place in Finland according to some upvoting stuff? People say it's like place like Kite, where we have like Nightwish and some smaller bands. Because small place, lots of metal people per capita, but I don't really know it sticks. I would say Tampere and Helsinki probably. I mean, Tampere is like the black metal headquarters for Finnish metal at the moment, with bands like Horna, Bayhex, and Sarguys, and all that stuff. Baptism. But obviously Helsinki, because it's the biggest area, capital area. Obviously, you have a lot of bands. I mean, 1/5 of the whole Finland lives more or less around Helsinki area. So there's that. Hector Garcia is saying like go good and shit doesn't cancel. Cannibal Corpse next year. I hope you see it. Cannibal Corpse will be in my top 10. You're very right about it. Yeah, Yoni, about events taking place. So smaller metal events are already taking place in Finland. Places like Turku, Tampere, Helsinki, Oulu. So they are fest. For example, Archcode had to cancel their European tour, which you might have noticed thanks to COVID and anti-vaccine people. But they will still have their gig in Oulu's. What the fuck that event is called? I can't remember the name, but it's happening in January. Pretty cool lineup. Also, I was figuring out if I should go because my friend is one of the promoters or organizers, and he was asking me to go. And then I decided to check out on the plane tickets as train tickets, and it's not really tempting to go from here unless I'm going with my own car. And since it would be something like 9 hours of driving to Oulu with my own car, I'm not gonna do it. Lots of bands which I have seen, so it's not really tempting to do that trip over there. This In Darkness channel, I cannot say I have heard about that channel. So about rant taking place, rant warning. I should have some kind of a Bieber saying, rant warning, Rauta rant coming back. Yeah, let's not get this whiskey to talk in my head. And already people leaving the channel. Oh, let's just leave the stream. He's going into rant mode, full rant mode. Yes, I want to weak people. Leave now. Rant starting about Steelfest. Now, joking aside. But yeah, extreme bans and people signing to a certain thing. You know, thing here is not only about Steelfest and all that stuff. Let's first get things straight. Racism is not cool. Xenophobia is not cool. Thinking shit about people who are shit, that's cool in my books. But things like Steelfest and other fests, they are not about, what kind of ethnicity you're coming from, what kind of culture you're coming from, what kind of a skin tone you have, what kind of lyrics you have. Do you have shitty thoughts? There are plenty of bands with shitty thoughts, shitty lyrics, and all that stuff, which sometimes also make good music. Now, that's the thing. If you've ever been to Steelfest, you will see that they're not only white-skinned people, they're people of brown color or black color, maybe not so much, given that Finland is pretty much like 99.9% white. But if you really get to see the lineup, you will see that there are bands coming from Brazil, bands coming from, I don't know, Philippines, China, and all that stuff, United States of America, obviously Germany, Sweden, all kind of places. If you have a good band with good albums, good releases, and you want to play live, and you're ready to go to Steelfest, your band might be there. There are lots of people who like to think that, okay, it's white guys in a white country doing some white whatever kind of a fest, so it must be outright racist. Well, news flash for people. Finland is fucking white because we're one of those Nordic countries nobody wants to move there. And all the people who are non-white, non-binary even, guess how many metal bands they have here in Finland? It's very fucking close to zero. So basically every band that comes from Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, Denmark, blah, 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 playing metal. Guess what? They are pretty much fucking white. But this has nothing to do with skin tone. This has nothing to do with racism. This is not about like, yeah, let's do some woke movement. Let's have some diversity talk. Let's have some quotas. Like, we have to have 20% of people looking black or brown or yellow or what fucking red dots coming from Mars. The thing is, what matters? Can you do good music? Do you have good releases? Do you play live? Do you go on stage? These are the very simple things. So, pardon if I might sound like a douchebag and anti whatever you want to call it. But guess what? Good music is done by people, and doesn't matter what the fucking skin tone is. The fact is, a lot of metal is done by white folks. Not only by white folks, obviously. For example, we have this good vocalist on Sepultura who is non white. Nobody gives a fuck. But Sepultura, for instance, coming from Brazil and now being a big name, they are not the kind of a band that plays on Steelfest. Not because of skin tone, not because of their background, nothing like that. They're just too big. Get it? And if you really think about it, all the big bands, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, so forth, they are all white guys. So there is no way denying that. No matter how you want to see these bands happening, most good bands are done by white guys. That has never stopped, however, Steelfest having bands from other ethnicities or other people of skin tones. Like I said, there have been bands from China, bands from Brazil, bands from Philippines or whatever. So people need to pull their heads out of their assholes and see that this has nothing to do with politics, right wing or whatever. It's all about making good fucking music. Black metal first, death metal probably second, and thrash metal. Now, I don't know why any kind of a fest would be guilty of why there are not so many good bands coming from Ghana or I don't know from Argentina. I mean, there's so many things you can blame on things like colonialism or white people coming from Europe and all that stuff. But god damn it, I mean, China alone, especially with India, is like two fucking fifth the whole world. How come there are not so many good Indian bands or Chinese bands? Is it really, you know, to blame on American people or European people that these countries don't have so many good metal bands? I don't think so. I think it's a cultural thing. Like, how come there is Swedish death metal, but nobody talks about Japanese death metal? How come there is Norwegian black metal, but there is not so much a thing called Filipino black metal? You get the idea. Like, why there is no Tanzanian black metal? I don't know. Yes, I actually do, but that has something to do with, how much people have to spend and, all that stuff, save countries first and blah, 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 blah. But these are not, because some people, the organizers or promoters were like racist or xenophobic. These are fucking realities. So if Metallica is big and they're four white guys, well, kind of a one brown guy, but you get the idea. Can you really blame Europe for that? Can you really blame right-wing people for that? I'm not here to defend right-wing people or left-wing people or any kind of a wing people. I'm merely saying if British make good death metal or Swedish people make good death metal, you cannot blame it on racism. You cannot blame it or you're just, canceling certain countries. These are fucking facts. British people who are probably white making death metal more likely than people from Bangladesh doing death metal. Blame it on those guys. Blame it on the Swedes who invented the fucking Swedish death metal. Blame on those Florida kids, guys like Obituary or D-Side or Morbid Angel or even Cannibal Corpse, who are not originally from Florida, but anyway, later on relocated to that place. Blame on those guys. You fucking invented white death metal. Fuck you guys. And fuck you Norwegian guys for inventing second wave black metal over there, making it big with your church arsons. Blame it on those guys in Sweden. Fucking Bathory. Why were you a white guy doing black metal? It's fucking ridiculous. People don't fucking get it. Obviously, there are racist bands. Sure, we all know it. But for every racist bands, I mean, if we're talking a big picture in metal, most bands are not racist. Most bands are not right-wing bands. Most bands are not NSBM bands. Most bands don't probably just give a fuck. They're not probably even anti-Christian ones, even though more or less black metal was founded on anti-Christianity. Because after all, a lot of bands in black metal come from Christian countries and like fuck off Christianity, fuck off Islam, and fuck off other religions. So can you really blame on these guys that they have this kind of a message and they have these kind of people? Yeah, you can, but it's not fair. It's not right, and it's outright stupid. Rand over, reading your comments, having a little bit of whiskey. Now let that sink for a bit. All right. Reading your comments. Hello, Brian Mons, Canada. How are you doing, man? Oh, Urde was asking once again what whiskey I'm having. Right here. Smokehead Extra Rare. I always have this habit of advertising what kind of drinks I'm having on stream. I don't know why. But I guess I want to suggest people some good things. Hector Garcia is already asking, have I heard the new Funeral Mist album? No, I downloaded it 2 days ago. I will probably listen to it in 2 or 3 weeks. That's my cue. First come, first served and all that stuff. And by Strios already said it. Good music comes before politics. Thank you, Waldman, for your comment. I like to say simple truths. Some people don't like it. They can fuck off. Somalian pirate metal. That sounds like a really interesting genre. You know, we're like a modern day Jolly Roger band. We're like, the German band. Under Jolly Roger with machine guns. Yeah. Yeah, Tetragrammacyde is pretty decent Indian band, but you really can't put them in the same level of Dismember. Like, which one has more influence? I mean, there are plenty of noise bands and death metal bands and all that kind of stuff coming from India, but you can't seriously compare to the big names of Swedish death metal or American death metal or whatever. What else? Yeah, Dave Fago, solid Filipino band. I think it was Dave Fago that played actually in Steelfest, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Japanese scene have their own bands, obviously, but not so much around death metal. But like I said, there are exceptions to every rule. Like if I'm saying like there is no big Japanese death metal, somebody will like, hey, I remember this and that name. Always, there are always exceptions, but you really can't like say in big numbers. Japanese death metal is as big as Swedish death metal. I mean, there's a reason why Swedish death metal is on the map, or why Finnish black metal is on the map, or Norwegian black metal, or Greek black metal scene. But nobody's saying like, hey, where is this Albanian black metal scene? Like, come on, why don't you talk about it? There's a reason why there's a Ukrainian black metal scene, but there is no Georgian black metal scene. Everybody knows the drill here. And Melek Hesse is pretty cool, by the way. And also nice main guy. I interviewed them like 1 year before Rauta got started. Jerry's flaming, said Yoni. No, I'm ranting, or was ranting. And yeah, there's lots of bands that totally distanced themselves from NSPN. Hello, Natalie. Nice to have you here as well. How is Germany doing, Natalie? I hope you're fine and safe and sound. Urde also a single Scottish single malt. I have a few Scottish single malts and probably more after this Christmas. We use Lord Belial works. Nothing of late. How come? Bethlehem, I think they did some crazy vocals back in the days. Nictius de Decare, or how it was pronounced. I think that is kind of a solid album. I think and Dark Metal was also a pretty interesting album back in the days, but haven't been listening to it for how many years? I don't know, 2 decades or so. But Brian Moss, get some whiskey right now. You're on a Rauta stream. You need to have some whiskey. Grigori is asking me what I think about Excited for Bestial Burst album. I'll show you. Grigori, I have some good news for you. In case you're wondering what the fuck I'm doing, Sammy from Bestial Burst in the special package. These are some tight ones. Use your muscles, they say. I don't know how he managed to back this fucker. God damn it. I did some heavy deadlifts today and they felt like easier than pulling out this certain CD from this parcel. But I'm gonna do it. You didn't know this, but humans invented some tools. So why use raw power when you can just make it easier? Enti? Por favor. So talking about some Bestial Burst ones. New Hail Conjure album. Sinister. Out next week. Going to be reviewed early January. Dophar Chu, Blood Curses, Under the Celtic Moon, already also out next week. New Ride for Revenge, also out next week. And last but not least, Rivology, also out next week. Oops. Sorry. These are the ones that I got. You can pretty much read it out if you can see it. It says Hail Conjurer and Red for Revenge and these other bands. So yeah, this package just came here like 2 days ago. These will be reviewed in early January. That will be Bestial Burst stuff. What else? Koraksul. I don't think I have heard Koraksul. The name kind of sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. Emil, yeah, Tanzanian black metal. Technical style. That would be something, wouldn't it? And thanks, Rob Hellfire, for your comment. Great rant. Georgia doesn't have black metal. No, the thing here is, obviously, there are lots of countries which have these underground names. That is a thing. Like I said, always there is an exception to the rule. Natalie, you're in Austria. What the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you on vacation in Finland? You and me, we really need to have those drinks someday. Right, miss? Be it, Natalie also likes Bethlehem. Natalie is good in my books. Yeah, adamantine cardboard, definitely. Yeah, Voltum, and I got to interview Ashmedi in 2016. That was Easter. Nile and Melekesh were playing a show here in Finland, and I took some local Easter dish, mammi. People who live in Finland know what mammi is. I took some mammi to Ashmedi, and he actually ate it during my interview. Let me see if I can actually find it. This was, mind you, um, 1 year before Rauta. You actually got to see this interview, even though it's not Rauta purely, but you get the idea. That was just what should not be on Earth um, tour 2016, and the description is all Finnish, but obviously we talk in English, so it doesn't really matter even if it's not router related content, but you can still see that Melekesh and Nile interview. So that was before Rauta, more like prototype of Rauta. So check it out in case you're interested to see what Rauta was before Rauta existed. Natred Hadal Conjure is out officially 21st of December, so in 2 days, Monday. A Ride for Revenge also out in 21st, as well as that's Dophara Ku and Revologi. Yeah, all these special burst ones are out on Monday. But I had a talk with Sami of Ride for Revenge and Bestial Burst that I won't have the reviews out until next year because all my review schedule is booked. I was actually going to give Rauta Patrons out this week the Lion Ruins Perdition Winds interview, which should be out next week. And there are a few reviews out next week, and an opinion video, and this interview. And the next week after that, well, it will be New Year's Eve. All these reviews are already booked, and if everything goes as planned, my opinion about albums of the year for 2021 will be out on the 1st of 2022 because it just happens to be Saturday, so it fits perfectly with my opinion video. So these Bestial Burst releases are supposed to come out maybe on 5th and 6th of January, and probably a few ones after that the next week. So week 1 and week 2 of 2022 will be when these reviews are out. But in case you're hurried ones, yes, go check out them before my reviews got out. Anyway, this is the news I can give you. Valerkand is like asking a good question. Is there anyone in Finland who doesn't have a pair of those Fiskar scissors in Finland? Yeah, Fiskar scissors. These are known mostly because of their excellent cutting ability, and also because of their orange, um, what do you call this handle? I think we have like 4 different scissors by Fiskars in at my home, and also a couple of their axes because really good quality, expensive maybe, but fucking good quality. Always having some Fiskars scissors at home. What else? Sarah from Banger TV. I know Banger TV, but I don't know Sarah. Should I know her, Mark? I don't know how she even looks like. So I need to Google it up. Is she a reasonable person? Sarah Kitteringham. Okay, I now got the idea how she looks like. What the fuck she is doing in Finland and why? But yeah, I don't know her. Can't say I know. Yeah, Gregory, Sami had some nice batch of albums coming out. Ackerkook, Ackerkook. I haven't heard that one. Yeah, Hungry Clouds is asking like any new video interviews coming up soon. I was originally planning out to get this Lion Ruins slash Perdition Winds interview out this week, but there was a little bit of a delay, so it was postponed to next week. I need to just check it out first, and then I can share it with you next week. Rauta Patreon supporters will get this week. Then I hope there will be one other one before the end of the year. And as far as I am concerned, there should be at least four ones through January and February. But I can reveal what they are because they're already being filmed. Is Ensiferum, Moon Sorrow, Hail Conjure, and Lloyd's. So pagan metal and black metal already filmed a couple of months ago. And then no really news beyond that because there haven't been any recent gigs or any possibility to do more interviews, but I hope to do that soon, as soon as possible. Sermon of Flames band sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. Unfortunately, Sir Thomas never got to meet Jon Nödtveit. I think we would have gotten along just fine, but never got to meet him before he committed suicide. Nala Rawsome, says Gyroland. Did I know the guitarist of Nile, Carl, has a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu? Didn't know. But it would be fun to do a little bit of a sparring, having some 20 years of martial arts background with me, various styles. I'm definitely keen to have a little bit of a sparring with black belts and all that stuff. It's interesting. What's the most depressing place in Finland? Asking Estrios. Um, Probably some backwater small village where people kill themselves because it's just, I don't know. All right, Brian Mons, nice to have you here in line for a brief meeting. Take care. What else? Oh, Sarah is living in Finland. Okay, Sarah of Banger TV. Now they will take care of Rauta and take over, and I will get to have a permanent vacation. But Natalie, you never came back to me. We need to have those drinks someday, right? Banger TV is a tatuang. Natred, come on. Irish are more English speaking than you Americans. Ted Wank, that would be a great name. Do I think I could take Carl Sanders? It's not so much about if I could, like take him, out. It's more about it would be fun to have a little bit jiu-jitsu going on, whether it's about punching, or whether it's about grappling and taking those hooks and all. Yeah, it would be nice. Maybe he would kick my ass, and that would be a pleasure. Martial arts, just some great fun. What else? So, what's one of the good albums in for 2021? Well, like I said, I'm not gonna reveal my list just yet. Celeb boxing matches are the thing right now. Yeah, we should have Rauta take some of the martial arts things. Piss Poor, is that an Irish doom metal band? Yes, definitely it is. Excuse me. Now, we have done this stream for more than 1 hour, 80 minutes already. So, is there anything you need to ask me, or are you free to let me do a little bit of a gaming? I'm still aching for some Far Cry 6, and I need to set up some laundry. What the fuck I'm doing with this one? So, can we call it a day with the stream? Are you letting me go now? No disrespect towards black belt guys, but you have to understand this. There are disciplines that kind of advertise, hey, you can get black belt in just 4 years. And then there are black belts like Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, where you only get those belts when you compete. So, different traditions, different disciplines, different ways of getting a belt. Now, I might sound very biased, having no black belts, mine, mine at all. But what I've learned is that there are lots of disciplines where you kind of swing in thin air. You do just some fancy tricks, the kind of a Rock Weakerness style, and you kind of become a meme material. And then there are those real hardcore kids, which just, compete and compete and compete, and that's how they get their black belts. So, for instance, I have way more respect for any kind of a Brazilian Jiu Jitsu black belts than most black belts around the world. I don't mean they're given like, hey, yeah, pay us $100 and we give you black belt. But I'm just saying there are full combat styles, full contact styles, and then there are styles where you just kick into thin air and you do these fancy moves. I'm exaggerating here a little bit, but it's like when you see a talented drummer in metal, like black metal, for instance, which is not known for its technical aspects. And you're like, wow, that guy can really blast hard and fast. That guy like plays some, I don't know, 220 beats per minute. That's some crazy. And then you see a jazz drummer, and then you're like, mind blown. I'm just saying, different disciples or disciplines and styles. It all matters. Like people sometimes think that okay, this black metal drummer is really crazy good because he can do those blast beats. Coming from a death metal territory and background, I'm like, yeah, that's some basic shit. Do some technical death metal drumming, and it's a whole different set. And once again, if you move into jazz or I don't know, progressive rock territory, and you might find like these guys actually know their shit. So there's this and that. So my point is, not every black belt is equal. So, for example, I would definitely, have interesting fight with Dave Mustaine. He has a black belt. I don't. But it's not. It doesn't mean that I'm like, hey, I'm a Mongol. I can do taxi. Okay, you get the point. I'm reading your comments in case you're wondering what the fuck I'm doing before we're heading to. But and yeah, Network. I'm gonna play Halo Infinite later on. As soon as I'm done with Far Cry, I think I will get my Xbox Game Pass again and get Halo Infinite on my to-do list in gaming. But I'm doing probably the last 20%, last 15% of Far Cry 6. So yeah, going to do it first before I move on. JKD is asking an interesting question. What do I think is the philosophy behind Drod/Hate Forest not doing interviews? I think it's because they got this political flame, being accused of NSBM and all that stuff. So rather than saying something that could be interpreted as, political statements, they're just shutting their mouths and not saying a word. So once you don't say anything, no words can be used against you. That's my guess. Yeah, Steven Seagal also has black belts, so watch out. He actually broke Sean Connery's arm, according to Internet Movie Database, during a film back in the days when they were doing James Bond one, because I guess Sean Connery annoyed Steven Seagal too much. So, so there's that. Yeah, Varivikernes style totally looks like he has studied some karate. Doesn't look too good. Yeah, Alex Roberts is saying like old man fights against his car. Varivikernes versus Lada Niva. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. What else? Maslad is making a comment like, "Pervin, it makes sense to have another conversation with Matron Thorn. It shouldn't be too difficult." Yeah, he actually contacted me a few months ago, like another possibility to do interview. Definitely possible, but obviously, I kind of like to focus on bands which I haven't interviewed before. Then again, there is always exception to the rule. Once again, like for instance, I wanted to get that Satanic War Master Part Two out there, but Werewolf himself wasn't cool with the interview, so that's why you never had it. But let's see. Charlamp, you have to understand that I'm also a Dungeons and Dragons nerd, Star Wars nerd, Lord of the Rings nerd, and I still do powerlifting and martial arts, so it's not that weird. Esther is asking what Rauta mean. Rauta means iron. It's explained on the channel. Metal on metal. Alvaro Esquito, never give up. If you had to fight me, maybe you would lose, maybe not. You don't know. No need to buy coffin before you actually lose. And if you lose, you don't have to buy the coffin yourself. So there's that. What's my desert island whiskey? Uh, that's a difficult question. I don't know what to ask. I mean, answer. Am I continuing Twitch? Should I? The reason I kind of stopped doing Twitch streams with my gaming is that simply there was no people on my streams. So I figured out why set up a stream if there's like 0 to 1 person, and even if that one person isn't commenting anything. So I kind of gave up with gaming streams. But sure, if there are people on my gaming streams, I will continue doing them. So it's up to people. Join the stream, and I will do them. Don't join the streams, and I won't do them. Very simple. Jarolam is saying the truth. NSBM is more accepted in Ukraine compared to some other countries. Yeah. And I think Hate Forest and Truth are more about being patriotic rather than being Hitler sympathizers, if you get my drift. So there's that. I must say about Lada cars, they are so mocked in Finland. Lada used to be the kind of a sign in Finland, even in the 80s and 90s, like it's a car for the poor people who are, I don't know, Russian sympathizers. It was kind of like a joke car thing, you know? And nowadays, like past 20 years, you haven't seen really a lot of cars um, in Finland, you know, when you go to traffic and all that stuff. So it's not the car of a choice here. What else? What else? Thank you, anti communist. Thanks, man. I try to be a good man. I try to be a decent guy. Esther is asking, like, visiting Finland someday, what are cool places to go? First of all, it really depends when you're going, like whether it's summer or winter, because I would give you a little bit of a different suggestions whether you're coming in you know, spring, summer, autumn, or winter. Different places, definitely. So there's that. And also it also depends like whether you want to see, like whether it's bands or whether you want to see nature or cities, historical places. So it depends. Winter time, I guess Lapland, especially if you like doing a little bit skiing or, you know, alpine things. We don't have Alps, but you know, going downhill with your skis or snowboarding. For example, Steel Festiani, he likes to go up north, you know, in Lapland and do that kind of a downhill thing, you know, snowboarding or whatever. So a lot of people like to do that during winter times. And right here in the south where I live, you don't really have that much snow. I would point you in my camera, I could turn around and show you, but you couldn't see anything because it's all black. There is no snow or ice in the ground. But in the summertime, I wouldn't say go to Lapland. I would say go to Turku, here where I live, or Helsinki or Tampere, and you would see different places here. You know, archipelago. You would see these islands. You would see small lakes, seaside, go swimming, do some barbecue, things like that. It all depends where and where would you want to go based on what do you want to see. Can I say I have an opinion about band called Emptiness? Hello, Mariah's True Faith. That is a weird YouTube name, if you don't mind me saying. Waldman, I can imagine the jokes about a lot of cars. Natred, how does it feel to have a louder critic at your guitar skills? I feel it's okay because I mean I suck with guitar. So I mean what else there is to say about it? I know I suck at it and I don't really practice playing guitar. So I think he's truthful. I think he's honest with it, you know. So there's that. Orthodox Church. I don't know why anybody would want to visit Orthodox Church except to like get amazed by the gold they have. Thank you, Gundis, for your words regarding my work and interviews. Thank you very much. It's nice to have such a compliment. Cheers to you, mate. Alvaro Esquito is kind of like asking, why not making a Rauta Fest? I think actually Natalie was in that um, gaming stream when we talked about already like 2 years ago. Like we should have some kind of a Rauta Fest. And the thing is, obviously, takes a lot of money and time and all that stuff. But now at least we have some Rauta clubs, and we're maybe growing with these smaller clubs first, and maybe someday Rauta Fest. To be honest, Rauta is still relatively small channel. So even though you and your friend might be avid follower or subscriber to the channel, to be honest, I don't know how many people would actually participate in Rautafest. So my dream is obviously to have this kind of a Rautafest, which would be a little bit similar, but also a little bit different to, say, Steelfest, where we would have bands playing death metal, black metal, thrash metal, maybe I don't know, even traditional heavy metal or hard rock. I don't know. Um, but yeah, because I don't live in a big city, and Finland is not a big country, and Finland is a little bit off. Doesn't matter where you're coming from, United Kingdom or Germany or Poland or France. Finland is a little bit off. You know, it took quite a few years for Steelfest to become what they are. And the same thing applies to, for example, where I live. So if I started, Rautafest right now, it would probably be a small event with smaller bands, a lot of money to be spent, probably not making, my own money, putting it, back. It wouldn't be break even very easily. So there is that. I kind of want to make these Rauta clubs to a Rauta Fest at some point, but we need to practice with that. We need to experiment with that. And maybe Rauta channel needs to, become bigger. But I hope that at some point we will have these Rauta meets. Maybe I will go to a fest and we will have Rauta meets. We will have beers and talks, and maybe we will enjoy some bands together and all that stuff. Now, some people call me naive because I kind of believe in this kind of a metal brotherhood thing. I come from a school, you know, you know, bands like Manowar, like we're like together, we're like metalheads. But in reality, the next guy listening to metal, he might be douchebag. He might hate what I do. He might hate the bands I like and love. And I would love some bands that he or she would hate, or vice versa. The thing here is, it's not so easy. It's easy to think, like, for example, there's like 20 people on this stream. It's like nothing that we would have something in common. But if you really think about this list on this stream today, some people might not like the same bands as I do. So I set up this fest. I get some like 5 bands a day, 10 bands in total, maybe 12. And a lot of people are like, oh, shitty bands. I'm not going there. Too expensive. Finland is expensive. That beer is shitty. I don't like the same beer as a Rauta guy does. And things like that. Oh, Finland is too far away. I like the channel. I like the guy. But it's too expensive. It's too far away. Things are too complicated. I need to marry my woman. I need to get wasted at the local place. Excuses come up. So it's not so easy to set up a fest and make it, worthwhile. So it's my dream to have a fest with Rauta theme, the bands that I like, the bands I have maybe handpicked. But it doesn't mean that you agree with me. Say I have this top 10 list for my albums of the year. Say I have my top 40 list for this year. And I get to select a lot of bands from that list. And I'm like, yeah, this is going to be a one hell of a fest. And then the people are like, oh, I Rauta guy. I know that guy. He's an asshole. I'm not going to his fest. Oh my God. Oh, Rauta guy. He has a great channel, but I don't agree with his, albums of the year. Or whatever. Or Rauta guy. Yeah, I like his fest. He's another side on the world. I live in the United States of America. I can't go to his fest because it's not worth my time and money. There are lots of things, lots of challenges to be, figured out. Maybe someday there will be a Rauta Fest. And what I have been telling about people about Rauta clubs, for instance, that I will always give some free tickets to Rauta Patreons to my clubs. And I am making sure that these Patreons supporting the channel via Patreon, they have their possibility to get free tickets to my clubs and possibility to keep discount, because after all, you're supporting the channel. Why not give something back to you? At the same time, I realize, for example, Natred, he's living in the United States of America. It's not like he just comes to a show just like that. And, you know, everything costs. That's really the thing. Like, I might have a band that takes some money to organize. I might even pick some of the bands that I've interviewed because I like them, like Talking, for instance. They might come and we might strike a deal, but that doesn't mean some Rauta subscriber from Argentina or United States of America, like, yeah, Rauta is making a talk show. Great thing. But it still costs money to travel, to have a hotel and all that stuff. So there's that. Finland is tough cookie to crack. So in order to make kind of a Rautafest possible, I would probably have to have it in, I don't know, Germany or in the United States of America. But do I live anywhere near Germany or USA? Not really. So I either have to have this fest organized in Finland where everything is expensive and it's located far, or then I would have to have something trustworthy people in other countries like in Germany or UK or in America, like, okay, let's do some American Rauta Fest and let's make it happen. But that means I would have to trust those people with my money and time and name and brand, if you will. So things get complicated because it's not so easy to trust people with your money and time, right? So that's why these things are complicated. But with these Rauta clubs growing maybe in next 2 years, let's see if I can make some open air event maybe happening, or maybe it's something like Turku Saatanalle. I don't know yet, but I'm trying to figure out. I'm learning to how to pull the ropes and all that stuff. Who knows? That's my dream anyway. So yeah, let's see how it goes. And thanks, Maria True Faith, for your comment about great work. The App Center, yeah. Nightside will be at Turku Saatanalle 9. So there will be that. Estredios said nicely, be a good guy so you can channel evil in the music instead. Very true. Maybe he wants to pray in the church. Mark 13 is making a simple suggestion. Yeah, very true. I don't know why people would pray, though. Parkas, what do you mean by adding special members to the channel? Should I know a trick or two? Or you mean like these administrators, or what? What do you mean? Do we have a Bigfoot in Finland? No, as far as I know. Not ready. You're being mean. We are all, after all, nerdy people, sweaty nerdy people. I don't know. Yeah, Rauta meets are definitely possible. Probably first we need to have a Rauta meet in order to have a Rauta fest, if that makes sense. Yeah, and I've been liking to meet new people online since, I don't know, mid 90s when I started my internet career, so to speak. I mean, I used to play already online games in mid 90s. Fuck, I had already my first uh, internet date in like early 97 or late 96. So I have a long history being an online nerd guy. Rauta theme, what would be it? Yeah, gym. Rauta theme. Gym, beer, and music. Fuck, I love it. Maybe some sex. You need to add some sex. Hello, Alvaro Escrito. Nice to have you here. Germanistan. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's a good point. Nedred said, what happens in international waters stays in international water. Maybe those actually Rauta Fest should be something like, those metal cruises. Hello, AL Warrior. Texas, present. Houston. Hello, that's good. Good night, Natalie. And thanks, Emil. We'll think about it. AL Warrior loves to interview with Sinister. Yeah, it was kind of a fun to do, even though 6 guys is just too much. Maria's True Faith asking, I could interview us. You by us, you mean who exactly? Nadra, do you really think that any girl actually follows Rauta? I doubt it. Now it's also already been 2 hours in the stream. Maybe we will call it a day at 2 hours. Oh, Maria is a girl. Okay, so we have a one girl. Actually, Natalie is also a girl. I mean, like, should I interview like you as these random people here, or you mean you have a band or something that I should interview? The Absinther, thanks for your comment about Beherit interview. That was actually kind of a dream come true because I know Beherit interviews, there are not too many. We all originally planned to do it face to face, but COVID and all, yeah, you know how it goes. Finland is a pretty big European country, if you ask me. Not asking you, joke aside. Finland is still less than 6 million people. Land space, big. Population, not so much. Compared to Sweden, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Romania, Hungary, Spain, Portugal, etc. They're all bigger. So there's that. Uh, okay, Maria, let's start with you, interviewing with you. How are you doing? Where are you coming from? And what do you do? What's your tie to metal? Sorry, Jackie, didn't know you're a girl. Um, don't get offended. I'm just kind of used to it, like 97% or 98% of Rauta viewers are guys. So that's why I'm so used that everybody is a guy. Sometimes guys are, you know, disguised as girls. Nothing to be offended of. It's just like you know, guys follow guys on YouTube or something. I don't know, but it is. There's some few gals probably following Rauta. Nothing personal, mind you. Actually, in a perfect world, there would be like 50-50 guys and gals following Rauta or other kind of metal in general. But that's not how it is. If you go to a black metal show, maybe it's something like 70% guys, 30% female. When you go to a death metal, maybe it's like 80 to 20. And if you go to a trash metal show, I guess it's more like 90 to 10. The thing here is certain kind of a music appeals to certain kind of people, and I think it's more exaggerated when we're talking about YouTube channels. It's much like in metal anyway. Guys are more likely to play the guitar than gals. But I would definitely like to have more, gals following the channel. Obviously, why wouldn't I? Because it would be cool to interact with both women, guys, non-binary. All are fucking welcome. If music is your drug, as it is to mine or me, fuck, it's great. But yeah, I'm kind of used to it that if I see like I don't know 100 people following the stream, not like happening. It's like 2 people are girls. That's just it. So don't take it personally. Maria is from Indiana. Maria, what's happening in Indiana? What's the biggest metal news happening right there? And James, I would fucking love to interview King Diamond. Never been a fan of King Diamond. I mean, I can't stand his vocals, but I mean, I love the man. I mean, I respect the guy from, being his true self to metal and leading heavy metal as well as kind of a black metal. So Merciful Fate and King Diamond have my respect, even if I don't necessarily like the vocals. Oh, Marcos, yeah, members. You mean like YouTube special membership? Now, that's a possibility I can look into. But so far, I've been just using Patreon as a ways to support the channel money wise, and of course, people can use what do you have it? This kind of a tip mechanism. You can use these super stickers, super chat uh, options to show your love by many. Or now that you mention it, hold it. If people want to support their love to channel and get something concrete out of it, not just sending money to some cause, because I think it's mostly bullshit. But if you want to get something worth money, get a shirt. These Rauta shirts, which I have in various sizes, 25 euros, including shipping. Doesn't matter where you live. In Mars, still including shipping. Oh, I kid you. I'm not shipping to Mars, but anywhere on Earth, 25 euros. And this t shirt is yours. I have various sizes. For example, this one is L size, that is large, something like my size. Looks like roughly like this one. This is not used, not mine. I use L. It features Rauta logo on the front and a special first batch version of this shirt. This is shameless promotion. This one has this special Rauta gym logo or dumbbell logo on the sleeve. And this is roughly some 40 pieces, I think, of this shirt. I think I'm pretty much slow on XL, but other sizes from S to M to L to XL to double XL to triple XL still available. All sizes, but XL running a little bit low. I think I have like 2 or 3 of them. But that is something worthwhile if you want to consider supporting the channel. That is sending your love to me with money, but at least you get something out of it. Shipping for me, depending where you live, costs something like I don't know, depending, maybe a few euros to maybe 10 euros. So think about that when I'm saying 25 euros, including shipping. I'm not making big bucks of it, but I'm like making a little bit, depending where you live and all that stuff. I just wanted to make one simple pricing for everybody out there. Doesn't matter if you live in Bangladesh or Argentina or I don't know, Northern Pole. I don't know if there's a shipping service, but doesn't really matter. China or Australia, United States of America, 25 euros, PayPal, and that shirt is yours. So that's one way to support the channel for real. And the next batch of shirts I will be making, I don't know when, maybe in 2022, we'll have a different design. So this is a limited edition design, about 30. I don't know the exact numbers because I had a collaborator with this who had a little bit of a batch, maybe 10 shirts, and I had something like 30, of which I gave to my crew, their own ones. But it's roughly 35, 40, something like that. And it's a limited edition. Once it's out, it's going to be a different design. Maybe the next one will be, I don't know, full long sleeve or something like that. So if you want to place an order, let me know and I will give you my email address. Maria is a real metal fan all life and support Cherry. Well, thanks for this Virginia support. True fate of metal. True fate of metal. You got it. Sorry, Indiana. We have a girl from Russia watching Rauta. That's incredible. Russian ladies, my friends. They are gorgeous. If you ever want to look the best looking girls in the world, go to Russia. Never been, but I've seen the Russian ladies online. Oops, did I say it loud? Guys and girls, can you give me like 5 minutes? I need to nature calls. I will be back. Don't go anywhere. I will have my whiskey glass refilled and be right back. Hi, it's Cherry. I fooled you. I was telling you that I'm gonna get another whiskey, but as I was taking a leak, I remembered I have some beer. Not very good one, but it's gonna have to do. Now, talking about some Russian metal ladies, I have a good example for you. You might know Russian underground and extreme metal label Sadanath. Um, I kind of like the label, even though they release quite a lot of mediocrity in metal. But man, I don't know if it's the label guy's girlfriend or wife or whoever, doesn't really matter. They have some gorgeous looking Russian ladies in their promotional pictures. Um, can't say I complain. That's one way to do it. So why the hell not? What's the most metal language? I would say Germany. German language, that is. Or maybe it's Norwegian because of black metal. But I mean, German language has this kind of a sound of being very warlike. Fits very, very well metal music. Then again, English is the kind of a universal language of whatever. So there's that. Oh, Mariah's True Faith already said that German is the most metal language. So you have that. Okay, Maslow is asking me a question. Please tell me of which interlocutors during all this time you have the most grievous impression. I mean, not discomfort, of course, but feeling a certain inner darkness. Um, Interesting question, I must say. Of all the bands and artists I've interviewed for Rauta, roughly 100 right now, um, in a way, they are all very human. That is, they don't mostly feel very pretentious. They are not like posers. But some of them seem like they're just doing for the music, and some of them are more like maybe there is some inner darkness in that. I must say, and I don't want to, how to say, I don't want to talk bad about them. I mean, I've met some great, great artists when doing these interviews, and a lot of them are like decent people, interesting people. They have their own mindsets and all, or different thoughts. Uh, I guess the people who I have not interviewed are the ones that are kind of our darkest and maybe in a way most grievous in that sense, if it makes sense. I guess the people who are ready to talk for video interviews, especially, it takes certain kind of a courage and certain kind of a character, if you will. And by that I mean they're more likely kind of outspoken. You can pretty much sense it with I think primordial interview, Zemail interview, um, things like that, where the people are so outspoken. They're not afraid. They're more like ready to share their secrets and views. And then there are people who are more like kind of rock stars. They're like, yeah, don't you know who the fuck I am? Yeah, I make black metal. Oh, so hell on. So they're kind of two different aspects when coming to an interview. Some people are here to kind of lecture and show what it's all about, share their secrets about lyrics and the music and their views, political views, religious views, and all that stuff. And some are merely to, be rock stars. And then there are these people who are not ready for video interviews because it kind of is difficult, or which is kind of a likely or possible to put them into a light that they don't want to see themselves in. Like they have this aura of mystery. And once you do an interview, video interview especially, that is kind of like putting that light onto them. So if you're like a mystical band with lots of, say, occult stuff, and you're secretive in nature, you're not ready to expose your lyrical content or your political views or your religious views to the audience, obviously you're not going to have like that light directed at you and saying like, okay, we're of this band, we're Satan worshippers, and we would like to, I don't know, eat dead babies and all that stuff. You don't want to get that kind of attention, but rather have that aura of mystery revolving around you. So I guess those bands that kind of want to keep that mystery going on, I guess they are the kind of a darkest ones. Not necessarily because they are the darkest ones. They just create this feeling that they're not so much social. They're not so open about what they are. But the artists that I like the most and I can respect the most are the ones that come to the front line to talk about their view. Like Marduk, like Nargaroth, like Primordial, Zemiel, and Abzu. People who come to the front and they're not ashamed of their, accents or lack of English skills, like Kavir. They're bands that, like, we want to talk about it. We're not ashamed of who we are, what kind of music we're doing, what kind of lyrics we are. We're here out to ready to talk about our things to the camera. I respect that above the most. And I'm not saying that they're cowards, among the people who are not ready to do the video interviews, because I get it, it's challenging. But I do like the bands and the artists that are ready to face the camera, to face the audience, and be open about it, because that's where you kind of have to be yourself. There is no posing, and even if you pose, you have to be really good at it. So instead of hiding behind lights and shadows, and behind, I don't know, zine pages, behind websites, and I don't know, anonymous faces, you just come out right there. I think it takes more balls to do a video interview. Doesn't matter if it's Rauta or some other outlet, that to go on stage and perform. Because once you go on stage, everybody will see you like, okay, these are artists, these are the bands. Like, wow, they play music. They're mysterious. They're powerful. They're something that we worship. They're like gods. But when they come down and sit on a chair or whatever bench, and they talk about their band's lyrics, whatever context dependent things, that's when they're kind of naked. That's when they're real. That's like anti poser thing. So those artists ready to do those video interviews, they have my deepest respect. They are able to show their colors and talk about openly about their stuff. So these are the artists: Toke, Marduk, not M, but Bestial Burst slash Right for You at Sami, Ancient. Lots of bands that are, coming to the and ready to talk about their thoughts, feelings, music, their art, lyrics, whatever ideologies they have. They have my respect, truly. And that's why I am really happy that I have met such great artists: Beat Emperor, Ishan, Mysticum, Meshuga, Carpathian Forest. Lots of artists that have totally opened up and told their stories to me and the audience. It's not so much about talking to me, but the audience who are ready to, you know, hear what these artists and band members have to say, because they are the ones that opt whether or not to buy the next album or go to a show or whatever. Or Beheaded Guy Marco, I mean, truly respecting these artists so much. I cannot really underline and emphasize the feeling. Like, these are the artists that are ready to get naked before the fans and the doubtful ones, the haters even. They're ready to meet their haters, whereas their haters are not ready to meet them. And I think that kind of shows some character and balls, truly. Now, reading your comments and back to you. So, Indiana has post-rock bands. Please tell me some of cool post-rock bands. I'm ready to hear about it. Ale Warrior, you should do Twitch. I do have Twitch, and I will do gaming Twitch streams with some metal talk if people are into it. Naderade being mean as ever. Indiana is where the best beer comes from, though, to be fair. I thought that was a mean comment. Well, yeah, interesting. Oh, Ale Warrior, yes, I have two XXL ones. What else? Native American metal is something that Mariah mentioned, and it's pretty interesting because there are not too many bands doing that. I only can remember Neckoven, which is not that great of a band, even though I truly love Native Americans. I mean, I totally respect those guys and gals. I only can wish I had some real connection with real Native American people because they have been stripped of their own country, their own lands, and all that stuff. And there is something very nature related with those people. I only wish I knew those people. I don't, however. And thanks, Waldman, for recommending a Rauta shirt. That is very nice to hear that you like it. You look very good in it, by the way. What else? Oh, yeah, Alex one has a white one. Alex, don't be ashamed about it. I actually like when I have white ones because most of my shirts are black. And you have one of those very, very few, something like limited to, I think less than 10, maybe something like limited to 5 or 8, maybe. White shirts, yeah, they are rare as fuck. So stick to it, Alex. Sell it if you have to, but it's a rare one because they are not available anywhere else but on Raudan's Patreon sites. Oh, Nadrid is having Russian talk with a Russian lady, and I cannot understand jack shit. Oh, you can order those t-shirts. Just drop me email. I will give my personal email here. You can drop the order right there. First come, first served. So if I run out of sizes, you will hear from me. But Alex, maybe that one white one could be the exception to your I only wear black. Hails Erno. Judas rules, of course. I hope you mean Judas Iscariot. Oh, another one was from Kentucky. Didn't remember. I think Nattery in the past has said like something like this area, not any kind of a state, as if you could figure out who he is. Not that we care. Nattery is cool in my books. He's one of those motherfuckers I would buy beer. Nattery, if you're listening to this, know that poke me and I will buy you beer when we meet. I hope we meet someday. And if we don't, I don't buy you beer. I will buy only for myself. Erno is from Vienna. That is a city I would like to visit someday. Yeah, well, Sargeist was kind of a shy when they had BHEX guys. Not so shy when it was more like replaced with Horna and other guys. So yeah, Shadrach is a sweet guy, kind of a shy and silent type, but he's a nice one. Natward, when you said that, I'll bet he calls his mom on my on birthday. Well, my mom gave me shit when I didn't call her on her birthday. So I kind of get it. Sauna. Yeah, sauna mentioned. Diddy. Thanks, Dragonian. Glad you liked my Mystica Monarcher interviews. There would have been Satanic War Master Part 2, but Mr. Werewolf was a little bit too drunk. So we will do another Satanic War Master interview in the future. Nader, I get you why some bands lose you with the interviews. That's how it goes. Being honest can be a two-way door. And hello, Bellstad. Hellfire Kitchen. Now that you mentioned the Nargarot interview, I must say it wasn't as, how to say, things were not as simple as that. Now, some people might watch this stream afterwards, but I still want to say, when I was done with Nargarot interview, and I was pretty cool about it. I wanted to do that and put it out. And when it was done, the artist himself didn't want to put me out. I mean, didn't want that interview to put out. We decided to do it nevertheless. I think I was in a little bit of a bad guy when doing that. And when I met Ash of Nargaroth in Scotland a few months later, after Steelfest, he came to me and he was like, he was a little bit not mad at me, but let's say mildly upset with me. And I said like something like yeah, I get your point that you were not happy with the audio and stuff and something that happened in the background, but I mean, who cares? And I still decided to go with it because I think the fans kind of deserved it, and also because the answers were not bad. It was not like it was shaming him or anybody in the band. I was kind of proud of him, and I think he was pretty cool after we had that chat. Maybe he hates my guts right now. I don't know, but I think we had a little bit of a disagreement whether or not that interview should go online or not. And I think he came to be at peace with it. But it wasn't one of those stories like everybody's happy, yeah, let's do a great interview and all that stuff. But I had to make this call. And I remember being quite upset. Like afterwards, my friend from Fintroll and Moonzero, Henry Sorvali, had spent a lot of time fixing the audio quality because it was quite bad for some gear issues we had. And he spent a lot of time fixing the audio as good as good. I mean, he's an audio engineer of sorts. So he helped me with no monetary compensation whatsoever with the interview. We could get done. And I was happy about it, despite the difficulties. So when we had it done, and Mr. Bannon was like, I'm not satisfied. I was like, fuck off. We either have to do it now or never. And he was asking me to let's do another one in Glasgow. And I was like, fuck, there are other bands I want to do right there, which then again happened at this. Actually, I have the shirt on. This festival, Darkness Guides Us. There were other bands which I wanted to interview, which then again resulted in Zemail and Kavir and so forth. And I couldn't kind of afford another interview slot to be taken there yet again just because of sound issues. So I decided to give it a go. And I think it was the right decision, even though he didn't at first agree with me. And I hope he doesn't have any bad feeling about it later on, because I think the Nargorod interview was pretty good. Actually, one of my favorites, if you don't really include the audio problems. But yeah, it's not always easy to, get on the same page with the artist. I hope you people who have watched it like it despite the audio problems. But I get it. Sometimes me, the interviewer, and whatever there is, uh, is not the same as the audience. So there is that. All right, reading once again your comments. Sorry, I kind of get distracted when I when I read your comments because you're making good comments and asking interesting questions. What else? Mariah is very true about saying like sometimes though being too open ruins the magic. That is exactly the problem with some of the bands that are like too mystic. But then again, we have to understand this losing the magic. That is mostly a thing with black metal bands. It's not so much other styles because black metal bands themselves have created this aura of mysticism and this, you know, being very weird with the style and all that. But yeah, I get it. People who like to have their mysticism with black metal, I get it because I remember watching some interviews already in the 90s when some of the bands came to Finland, for instance, and did some interviews, and suddenly they didn't seem that mystic anymore. Then again, I have already liked, for example, Fenris of Dark Throne being very open about it, like liking the bands he does. He might say, Hanoi rocks, man, and he isn't ashamed about it. And I think it's anti poserism. And for me, what matters most is that you're honest. You're being through black metal, rather than being this mystic poser. So, yeah, I like it. Even though it might strip the bands and ruining the magic, if you will. Like Not the Frost of Carpathian Forest is a good example now that you mentioned it. Hails from Hellas. Eternal greetings to Greece, Kurval. I fucking love Greek people, by the way. Always been super nice, super polite to me and all. Really nice people. I don't know any place other than Greece where people are so fucking nice. I've never met a dick Greek. So I kind of a doubt Greek dick even exists. Belstad, there was planned interview with Black Goat, but at Steelhorns in August 2021, Black Goat of Goat Moon suddenly told me that he's not gonna do the interview. So there's that. Kurval, thanks for your comments about Havukron interview. I was pretty satisfied with that myself. Rokonin is suggesting me a hidden gem. Stila Storthets. Well, the thing is, I get too many albums to check out, so there's that. Waldman, cheers for the compliment. Kiitos. Kai Incognito is asking me what do I think about new Crisium album. Haven't heard that, but I think it's a pretty solid band. I hope that I will hear about it later on. Oh, Gregory already said that Goldman review is cancelled. Unfortunately, so. Maslot is asking me, can I advise some tough modern on old filmmakers from Northern Europe? I'll give you one modern, a really good name. I'll give you. Oh fuck! I always remember the name a little bit. This is my favorite Finnish director, Aku Louhimies. He has some really, really dark and sinister movies coming from Finland, and I don't know if they're really that great stuff. Oh, Ale Warrior is asking me what kind of a beer I'm drinking. This is some basic bulk IPA I actually ordered with my neighbor um, around Easter. I still have the last case of this Albany Mosaic IPA. Basic stuff, better than lager, but not great. Rob lives in New Mexico, like many Native Americans. Wow, man, Rob, teleport me right there in New Mexico. I would fucking love to be there once again. I've been there, but well, obviously, I was road tripping. Didn't really meet local metal people right there. Abhihad is asking, like, will I be visiting the US next year for a concert? Now, given the COVID situation, as much as I would like to be in Santa Fe, New Mexico next year, I don't know. A friend of mine has been inviting me to Psycho Las Vegas next year, but I don't know if it's possible. The COVID situation seems to be very, very weird in terms of I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope that I could get to New United States of America next year. I would fucking love to be back there. I have nothing but fond memories of USA. I've been there 3 times, 2 weeks or 3 weeks of any given trip, and I've always gotten along fine with American people. So I hope to be back there someday. Will there be a Volt Hana interview? Not likely, but let's hope so. I don't know. Uh, I don't know how to pronounce this Russian name. How to say it? Um, I'll try to do it. No. Oh yeah, I found it. Let me type it. I don't know how to pronounce your Russian name. Sorry. Can you type it in non-Cyrillic letters? Oh yeah, typing it correctly. What do I think about DSM bands like Live Lover and Apathy? Live Lover are actually pretty good. They have some weird ones, and I actually uh, did an interview before Rauta, but I'm oh yeah, here it is. I had to type it a little bit of what is the name because we did a little bit of interview with them. This was 1 year before Rauta, mind you. I will link it to you. So add it to your bookmarks. This features one life love, a couple of life lover members. Obviously, Katie is the best DSPM4 band for me ever. Bertram is asking, what do I think Whoredom Rife? Based on albums and live, they're one of the better new Norwegian black metal bands. So a good band, really. Uh, I don't know how to say this name. Abhihad is asking me any visit to the Death Fests in the US. Walgrid and Archcode I will be visiting Maryland Death Fest. I would like to visit US festivals, definitely, but I don't know when it will be possible due to COVID. Yeah, Rob Hellfire. That's why I really like Ash or Conwolf replies is that he really came out as a humble guy, and I fucking love that. And thanks Ale Warrior for saying like hit that like button. Muslot is asking pestilence or asphyx. I guess asphyx would be more me. Ale Warrior is asking also my thoughts on Belphegor. For me, Belphegor has always been a kind of a B class band, kind of a doing good combination of death and black, but not exactly nailing it. So, not my favorite one, definitely. And Goodwell is asking like Goat Moon interview would have been a great yes. I kind of ashamed that I promised to do it like some, I don't know, 3 years ago because that's when we agreed to do it. But it seems Black Goat kind of changed his mind about it because it would have to be in English, because maybe political climate and all this woke stuff has changed. So I don't know. We had this conversation at Steel Hordes Festival, and I tried to convince him to do it, but he was like, I don't know, he's moving house, having a kid or whatever, and not so likely to do it. JKD is asking my thoughts on electronic drums. Well, some bands can really do them well. Most bands certainly not. Once again, it really comes down to a single release. Some bands are able to do it nicely. Mysticum is a good example that you can do electronic drums in a way that it supports the music. That is, it creates this kind of inhumane feeling. But some bands just use some lame electronic drums and think it's okay, kind of have a not short, well, kind of a shortcut in a way, and then it doesn't really do good for the music. So it depends. An album to album, a band to band. Can't really say it's that simple. Thanks, Ale Warrior, regarding the IPA. India Pale Ale is the type. Belstad, yeah, we've been talking about possibility to do an interview with Stormhide. Actually, Stormhide was ready to do participate in Goat Moon interview. So I think Joachim, also known as Stormhide, I think he's ready to do. Excuse me, I have to sneeze a little bit. I think Stormhide is ready to do an interview. Maybe we could talk about Stormhide and Moon Citadel. Maybe not so much Goat Moon. It's funny that Draconian mentioned this Burzum or Mayhem question, because that's exactly the question I asked when I visited Norway and Inferno Festival around 2004. So I went to the audience, among the audience at the Inferno Festival in Oslo. This was 2004, mind you. We really didn't have this kind of a woke metal people online. So I went to the audience. I had my little about scrapbook, pen and paper. Mayhem or Burzum? Mayhem or Burzum, sir? Madame, Mayhem or Burzum? I did this kind of interview, and I think Burzum got more votes. It was more like 60-40. Nowadays, I don't know. The numbers might be different because a lot of people have this kind of annoyance with Vikernes as personality, as opposed to Burzum and Mayhem as music. For me, it's clear that while the Mysteries of Satanas is better than whatever Burzum ever did, Burzum has more good albums than what Mayhem ever did. So if I had to pick either band based on music only, I would say definitely Burzum. But yeah, it's hard to compare those because different kind of artists, and the Mysteries from Satanas is better than, in my opinion, than what Burzum ever did. Then again, Burzum did better albums in consistent quality. So there is that. Oh, thank you. I still have to read it. Abhibat. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. Thank you very much for your donation, man. Much appreciated. Uh, it's nice to have people giving me these greetings. A good example for other people that are around on this chat. You can have donating super chat money on super chat to Rauta if you want to support the channel, but you don't see me doing begging hands. Oh, give me money. I'm not poor person. This is the money that goes to the whole crew of Rauta doing interviews and all. So do it what you will. But thank you. And once again, I have to. Oh, Daryat. Daria. It's Daria, that person. Um, okay, back to reading your questions and comments. I meant to do a 1 hour stream and I'm almost 3 hours in. Oh, thank you, Mariah's True Faith. Thank you. Thank you. Big time. Humbled by your support. Back to reading comments though. Check it is saying I go to Psycho Fest East every year. Um, to be honest, I would actually be happy if there are no Scandinavian bands present, because the thing here is I get to see a lot of Nordic bands, Scandinavian bands over here. It's so easy for me to see Norwegian bands, Swedish bands, Finnish bands, Danish bands, Icelandic bands while I'm living in the Nordic countries. So going to Psycho Las Vegas would be very, very interesting for me because it would be very different, you know, in terms of bands, but also in the terms of atmosphere and the audience. So me to grab my camera right there to do interviews, whatever bands are present there, and to enjoy, Las Vegas. I would fucking love it. I've been only Las Vegas once, and it was a 1 day and 1 night trip only, so I could barely see a scratch of the city. It was like uh, I don't know really what to think about the city, to be honest. But yeah, it would be something different, and that's one of the things what I like traveling. Not only, when I travel, I usually don't see any kind of shows. I just see places and people. When I go to America, I go to see places like Statue of Liberty and places on Manhattan. If I go to places like London in UK, I'm like any other tourist there. I don't go to metal shows, and mostly me traveling either with my buddies or family or whatever. And I want to see those places. I want to see the real feeling. Of course, those tourist attractions get me as well. I mean, I'm a normal guy after all. So, but when I'm traveling in a Rauta mode, if you get my drift, obviously, then I would like to do some interviews. I'd like to see some shows apart, being, as a tourist, to eat the local food, to meet the local people, to drink the local beers, and to see all those attractions. And by attractions, I don't necessarily mean only Statue of Liberty kind of things, but to see what's going on. Like, show me the real places, take me to a local cool bar. I don't know anything about it. Like, for instance, a good friend of mine lives in Brussels, Belgium, and when I went there I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, he was taking me to a local bars, which I had no clue of. I was like, what the fuck is this place? Like, he would take me to some local underground bars, if you will. And that was super cool. So, take it from me. If I come to your city and you know about it. And if you have some time to spend with me, meet me and take me to your local bars or clubs or your favorite food restaurant. We can have a chat and you can show me around like what's going on in your label, your favorite city. It doesn't have to be a big city. If I'm coming your way, I'm I'm looking forward to your help, dear you, wherever you live, because I'm a people person. I'm a social person, so I want to do that. And thank you, Belstad. Thank you for support for some svenska kronor. I didn't know you're from Sweden, but tack så mycket, Belstad. But yeah, I mean, I love traveling. And one of the best things in the world is sex and traveling. And I don't mean they have anything to do with each other, but I mean, you know, traveling is so fucking great. People go to different places, meet different people. And if you hate people, don't meet with different people, but go to different places, eat different kind of foods, learn new language. I personally, having been learning Spanish for past 2 years, and eat local food, eat local, have local drinks, see local wonders, whatever they are. They might be local bars, uh, big attractions. They might be local cinema, theater, local venue for metal bands. Doesn't really matter. Go to see different places. Don't get stuck in your home city or even in your home country. Traveling is one of the best things you can spend your money on. I can fucking guarantee. Even if you don't like people, doesn't matter. You don't have to speak to anybody. But if you do, the traveling part gets kind of a more, well, better overall. Because the local ones, they are ready to help you, give you a little bit of tips you wouldn't get out of those tourist guides or just quick Googling. And also, because by learning the language, you get to learn more about what you would learn by normal language. For example, it might be local cursing words, which can then again get you in interesting situations. Like recently, I had this great talk with some guy from Florida who's originally from Cuba, and we were having some talk with about some Spanish swearing words. I was using like words like pinga, coño, or like chinga tu madres. And he was like, "What the fuck, man? What are you talking about? These are not the like typical things people say." I'm like, yeah, I've been learning those from TV and games and whatever. We had some good chat. This was like a week ago. I had big beers. He had few beers. He was in Florida. I was here, and we had some good talks. He were spending with time his with pals. I was having here some time by myself, packing some CDs and shit for Rauta patrons, and talking with people that can be a really eye opener. And the same goes obviously for fests. If you come to Steel Fest, for example, you will learn that even though Finns can be a little bit narrow minded at first, not so talkative, when you pour a little bit beer in your glass and you start talking and suddenly you're like boom, you're like-minded people. You find the same kind of bands and you find the same kind of interests, be it movies or beers or booze or babes. It's you can't be a misanthrope and still get along with people. Take it from me, I'm having my experience both worlds. Sometimes I just fucking hate people, and I still get along with a lot of people. Why? Because I talk to them, I listen to them, and I see when they're like minded. We get a fucking great along. It's not that complicated, really. But that is just my opinion. Obviously, you have yours. We all have our own opinions. So, this is just my take on the thing. But really, when you're nice to other people, they're most likely being nice to you, even if you hate their guts. So there's that. Now, once again, reading your comments and trying to get back on track. Ernomi is asking how was Steel hordes and what about bands? Meeting interesting people. Yeah, I think I mostly met some friendly phrases at Steel hordes. Made a few interviews like Havukruunu, Satanic Boardmaster, Line Ruins, Morgal mini interview, Tortured Killer mini interview. But overall, it was a great trip, a fucking great weekend. I loved it, and I hope to get back to Hyvinkää, the home of Steelfest and all. Valeria is here. Unfortunately, is asking me have I excited about a new Ride for Revenge. Yeah, because I have it here on CD. I'm excited. It will be interesting to listen to it after Christmas, most likely. Lex Pilgrim is asking any chance of interview with Shaitan of Imperi. It would be interesting. They visited Finland some 15 years ago or so. Uh, but face to face with Imperi coming from Singapore, not so likely, but I hope that it will be possible. Draconian saying two interesting interviews he would like to see is Arcanum or Ifernach. Don't know if they're really possible given that Arcanum has never been too much public. So I wouldn't keep my thumbs up. I was kind of hoping to give a little bit of interest from the band when I did Arcanum Worst to Best, but no. So I don't know if the band wants to do that. Green Dog is saying, do you accept review requests here on the chat? Well, no, please. Please send them on email or Facebook message because things will be lost here in the chat and I won't remember to read here later on. Hellfire Kitchen, Rob Hellfire is saying if I ever come to Canada, he'll make me really drunk. That's a promise, Rob. Let's do that. Drum triggers, they're a possibility, and they are very useful with good bands, but nah. Cameron Great Crib is asking, do I ever drink anything Icelandic? I think I had some Icelandic beer when I visited Iceland 4 years ago, but nothing out of ordinary came to my mind. Belsad is asking that an interview with Famine of Pestinor would be awesome. But yeah, it's not likely to happen. But yeah, I would definitely do Famine interview if it's possible. Triptychon interview would definitely be very interesting because Tom G. Warrior has inspired me personally with Celtic Frost and all. So, thumbs up and all. Mexico Fest would be interesting, yeah. Um, I have to type it because I don't know how to pronounce that name. So, spasiba, my Russian girlfriend. Can I say girlfriend? Or does it sound just weird? Uh, what else? Ernom is asking nationalism and globalism. How does this translate to black metal? Does it at all? I think most bands don't give a fuck, and some bands will make it their thing. I don't know. Bob Burnquist is asking, am I going to Rites of Darkness Fest? Probably not likely to happen. AL War, are you having tacos too? You're making me fucking jealous, man. I need some tacos. I need some Mexican or Tex-Mex food right now. I'm hungry and I fucking love that food. And Network is booking a flight to North Korea. Please, Network, take me with you so we can die together right there. Hello, brother the Ram. All right, Bell studies having comment considering um, black metal and pagan metal are kind of connected in a number of ways. It makes sense that nationalists would be more attracted to black metal. Yes, it definitely has. We have to understand that while some black metal is definitely more on the anti-religious, anti-Christian side, a lot of pagan bands come from the heritage, especially in the Nordic countries. Like we're having these paganist traditions, and these are very close to each other. Like these two fists, they're not the same, but they are bombing together. So definitely, there's strong connection with the pagan and black metal bands. Aylwar, always try to be the better person. That's me. Hello, oh, it's you, Rami DA. Hello, nice to have you here, my Cuban friend. Like mentioned, we had this good chat. Uh, Abibhat is also asking, will you do a Rauta Fest in the future? That's something we already discussed in the stream before. I hope that in the future there will be Rauta Fests, but there's so many problems that need to be tackled first. So I don't know. Night Wizard is asking, have I been in any bands? I have been since 1994. That was when I had our first band, Cyric, named after God of Death. My first recorded band was Nightside since 1996, which is now making a comeback gig next year, 2022, in Finland, Turku. Annihilated since 1999, still active. And then there has been some other bands, not so much metal related, not so serious ones, but Annihilated and Nightside still active. So those are my bands. So every now and then when people are like, okay, you're reviewing bands, but have you ever played instrument yourself? Have you ever been in a band yourself? Yes, I have been since 1994. So I have experience in recording, in vocals, in guitar, uh, handling a band in a ways, like doing interviews as an answering person as well. Once again, reading your comments in case you're wondering why I'm staying silent for a little bit. And Night Wizard, yes, I would love to do Arcanum interview. That would be a dream come true. But I wouldn't dare to push people like Shamatai for interview. And thanks, JKD, for your donation. I forgot to thank you. Thank you for the donation. It is greatly appreciated once again. All this money goes into YouTube pool, which then again will be shared among all Rauta crews, including me, my editor, and camera people. So thank you. What else? AEK is asking, have I ever listened to any DSMB? And what are my thoughts of it? Yes, I have been listening to dark, depressive, suicidal black metal like past 20 plus years. Abyssic Hate, which I have reviewed as classic on the channel, is one of my favorite ones. I also like Old Shining quite a lot. And then there are brands like which I reviewed already. This one, like Nocturnal Nightmare, really good one. So when bands doing DSBM go really, really deep and dark with their music, like when it's really depressive and really dark, I fucking love it. I'm not a depressive type, but I love dark music. So yes, I do like DSBM very, very much when it's properly done. And Abyssic Hate is my number one band to go to, but Shining and things like that are also something that I am very fond of. But there are lots of bedroom black metal bands in DSBM which I don't care much about at all because they kind of a suck. Also, the first Forgotten Tomb one needs to be mentioned. It's a really good one. Waldemar, I would like to come back to Paris one day. I visited Paris in 2010 15. My kid wasn't even 1 year old, and we went to Paris catacombs and this Louvre, and I love Paris. Some really nice architecture, castles, parks, good food. What can I say? I don't know why people slander Paris so much. Paris is a nice city, and I think I understand why people think it's the center of being romantic. Now, I'm not a romantic person myself, but if I, wanted to take a girlfriend to a romantic trip, Paris, Paris would be one of those places I would, take a girlfriend or wife and, make it wonderful, beautiful place. People go to Paris. They are great people. They're great places. It's definitely worth visiting. Belson is asking if I'm using snooze and if it's illegal in Finland. No, I'm not using snooze myself, but I have quite a few friends who do that. Thank you for your time, Nadred. It was nice to have you here. Have a good day and eat those fucking spicy burritos and tacos for me, man. Take care. Thank you, my Russian girlfriend, Pashalusta. Did I pronounce it like Pashalusta? I hope that I did it properly. I would love to learn some Russian. Maybe you can teach me that one day. And by the way, ole hyvä, you wrote it perfectly. Yeah, non-flying fin. This Albany IPA is not really good, but it's the only proper beer I have around here, unless going outside. Now it's whiskey time. How about I promise to do a 1 hour stream, and I have been doing 3 hours already. It's 2 a.m. I don't know why I'm still here. Because of you guys. Because you have been such a good audience. My user's life. That sounds kind of like a bad metalcore name. Life Lover is pretty okay band, by the way. Yeah. And I kind of agree. It's not technically speaking DSPM, but I would put it in that box as well. Enjoy. That is not something that I have heard. Maslow is asking interesting question. If we talk about the results of the year, are there any really interesting new bands for you? Not just albums. Um, I'll take this list because I have some names here. For example, Döds Reed from Sweden and Netherlands is pretty new band. They did their third album this year, and I think they're now some definitely becoming something interesting. Did an interview with those guys on over Zoom and reviewed their Mortal Coil review album. That's something that people should keep eye on. Also, this Norwegian new black metal band Valdaudr, which album called Dropstolen is or Dropstolen. That is a good one. Something that's I think beyond an album. Um, I don't know. I think this Enforced is quite a new one, but that has then again nothing to do with black metal. But there are definitely more than just individual albums. So there are new albums or new bands coming out all the time. So definitely we're giving a shot. Waldman, yeah, I think Paris, it depends like where you go and what kind of people you meet, but I cannot really relate people dissing Paris. I mean, it's easy to diss big places like Paris, London, New York, Berlin, whatever, when you meet just like nasty people. But that's all big cities are like that in a way. They have a lot of big cities and all that stuff. But I found Paris really nice. And yeah, you definitely don't sound like a cold person. You seem like a nice fella. I've talked to you with a lot on those streams, and you always seem like a really nice one. So it's been my pleasure to have you around for years on these videos and streams. So it's really pleasure to have you guys here. Hello, Gus. Vancouver Island. How it's going on? Is it cold in Vancouver Island? Abib had no. This is the last live before the end of the year, but the next one will be out in maybe early January, first weekend most likely. Let me just take a look at the calendar. It seems like the first weekend of January is basically 7th and 8th of January. So that I think will be the next Rauta stream. So that's where I'm aiming at. My Russian girlfriend, how should I pronounce your name? Because you have your names in Cyrillic language. Oh, by the way, now I remember I have this tool. Haha. I will figure it out. Hold on. I had this Russian Cyrillic Latin conversation. Darsha. Am I pronounce? Is it Daria or Darsha? Which way I'm supposed to say it? Is that Daria or Darsha? Like, is it uh, Darsha? That's what I'm getting. Darsha. Okay, I'm going to call it Darsha. That makes sense because it's sometimes so hard to figure out. Uh, when people use like J, like some. Okay, I'll give you a good example. I'll give you a good example because my name is Jerry. Like my name is Jerry. Okay, some people in Finland call me Jerry because J in Finland is like okay. But if I go to say more English spoken place, people say me my name is like Jury. so so there is. Or okay, Daria. Because I would figure out it would be Daria, not Darsha. But like I said, I don't know. Daria, okay, good. Daria, I hope to meet you at Steelfest. It would be great. We should have some vodka shots in the Russian way. I don't know. Hey, you people mentioned Draconian Times. That's classic Paradise Lost. That's some great album. What else? Oh, Bellstop. No, I'm never getting tired of interview suggestions. The funny thing that you mentioned Mikko Aspa is that actually we had talk already this year. I think in spring that me and Mikko Aspa would do an interview. Then it was postponed to summer, and now it's already winter time, and we still haven't done it. But Mikko Aspa he said that it's possible to do it under certain conditions, like for example, not his face shown and all that stuff. But yeah, it's possible. Draconian is asking, "What is my favorite Ukrainian act?" Um, well, let's put it this way: I don't have a favorite Ukrainian act. I think, for example, Nocturnal Mortem was never my favorite, even with gold horns. But the later ones, the Riddle of Steel or whatever it's called, was actually better than their early works. I never got to like their early albums, like To the Gates of Blasphemous Fires. I think those were pretty okay, but not exactly mind blowing. Kuroda, on average, is a lot better. Drudk is definitely one of the better ones, and that Drudk side project Precambrian, which I got to review last winter, that is among the better ones. But I don't have one clear Ukrainian favorite as such. I think they have quite a few good bands, but nothing out of ordinary. Nothing that would, break my ground. So, non-flying fin, what do you mean with jerry can? You mean like, those jerry canisters like the German army had, or that Jerry can do it? Night Wizard, yes, go to Steelfest. That's my tip. Buy that 4-day ticket. And Daria, you get that 4-day ticket as well. Let's get wasted and let's get friendly. Let's see some bands. Non-flying fin, you have to understand there is possibility to get a hotel and Airbnb, and also you can get a hotel from nearby cities. It's pretty easy and cheap to travel to Hyvinkää from places like Järvenpää and other cities nearby. It's not that complicated. And for example, we got this great Airbnb place. It's basically a summer cabin kind of thing, or more like a cabin yard with sauna and shit. We had that at Steel Hordes, so it's fucking great. But yeah, think outside of the box, so to speak, when you're going to Steel Fest. Night Wizard Mikko, I don't think Mikko ever did Cult Shop. Mikko has his own ventures, and there are other people who are doing the take care of Cult Shop, like Sami Tenets of Thai Serpent. Fjol Kung. God damn, you people have some weird names here. Fjol Kungi 2818 has a question like about Native American black metal bands. I only know Nekoven of them, and I don't think that's too good of a band. So hard to say that I know good Native American bands. Dickie's Beer Reviews is saying beer and beer. Hello, Dickies. Where are you from, by the way? Belson is asking maybe we could do interview with Alexei of Meleth. I don't know if the band is ready to do an interview. Who I am to stop. definitely up for that. Because for me, it doesn't matter whether you come from left or right, or whether you are like apolitical all the way. I'm ready to do an interview if the band is ready to do an interview. Do I know a Slavic band called Bane? I've heard the name, but beyond that, I don't. It doesn't ring the bell. Yes, jerry cans were the German army canisters. I'm very aware of that. Some bands don't know why jerrys are jerrys and what that has to do in with army canisters. I will link to that because this is a funny thing. When people talk about jerry, they don't necessarily remember this one. Jerry can. Jerry can, liquid container made of pressed steel, designed in Germany in 1930s. Yeah. What the hell? Now I'm on a vk.com. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I remember. I was googling that Daria thing. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I remember why. Because I was looking for this how to say this name, this Daria thing. Thoughts on the Ukrainian Asgard Ray Festival? It's a festival that hasn't really been very inviting, in my opinions. Um, the thing with these kind of festivals, Hot Shower and Oscar Ray, is that once you go that way, there's basically no coming back. Especially in an era when people are like black and white. Like once you go beyond that border, there's no coming back. Once you go into Nazi territory, there's no coming back. There was this one Finnish band, black metal band, mind you, that was basically telling me the story that once you accepted a certain offer to play at a venue or an event, which I think was Hot Shower at first, but might have been Oscar's Ray. So once you go to that kind of a fest, when you go to that kind of a fest to play a show, it kind of closes a lot of doors in the normal fests, and then suddenly you find out that you're only able to play in that kind of shows. So it's kind of a vicious circle. So once you go into that territory, Oscar's Ray or Hot Shower or whatever they are called, you end up playing in those festivals a lot because then you don't really go to places like Wacken or whatever. So what people don't realize, it's like when you live in this kind of a black and white world, is that you also, by blocking these bands that go to these, say, right wing or Nazi festival events, because you don't accept them later on in the normal events, normal metal shows or fests or whatever, you kind of force them to go these events at all, because there are no places for them to be. So left wing blogging the right wing bands means that these right wing bands keep going on more and more in these same circles. So, in an ironic way, left wing things kind of emphasize the right wing being right wing. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like that. It's pretty much the same thing. Like, say, a Norwegian black metal band torches a church. There is an arson, and this church burns down. How do the Christians react? Well, they will suddenly feel a strong bond. Like we Christians need to stand up because these anti Christians burned our church down. We need to be more unified. Get my idea? So that's how the things go. One thing goes up, another things go down, and vice versa. Or actually, two things go up. And that's how it goes. Yes. So a counterculture creates yet another counterculture, and they both come up in a way. It kind of makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. But the funny thing is, the left doesn't realize what the right is doing, and the right one isn't realizing what the left is doing. So in that sense, while it makes a lot of sense for a lot of us, it doesn't seem to make sense to a people like that. So it's more like I pound your girlfriend, boom, then you pound right at me. So violence begets violence. That's how it goes. But if they're like, hey, mind your business, we mind your business. I mean, we mind our business, we don't mind your business. Yeah, you do your stuff. You do your stuff. And everybody would be at peace, right? But it's the other way, like fisticuffs. Oh, fisticuffs. Oh. You get out the idea. It's fucking ridiculous. So right gets more right because left makes more left. I did fucking sad, man. All right. Time to read your comments once again. Draconian is asking my favorite genres of metal: black metal, death metal, thrash metal. Simple as that. Greetings from South America, Taro. Long link the ultra metal. Draconian, I also agree with you. People forget to separate the art from the artists. That is very true. Belsad is asking, do I know any good Danish black metal bands? I would say not too many. I think better death metal comes from Denmark than black metal. But I guess Ilskar and Denial of God come to my mind of quite good Danish black metal ones. Yes, people are sensitive. I wouldn't mind people being sensitive, but people being sensitive about extreme metal, it's kind of a peculiar, really. Abihad, I've never been to 7,000 tons of metal, but I would love to go. But it's kind of expensive, so haven't gone there. There have been lots of talk about 1914 being a good metal band. I still haven't gotten to hear them, but maybe someday. Hello, Bloodward, Texas. Yes, I should definitely come back to Texas. I've been to Texas once, to Dallas and whatever the other smaller city was. I had some good time in Texas, some good food, some good beers, some good people. Hey, I even went to South Fork Ranch. Take that, Bloodbird. But Battle of Me now raised to Rauta. Gracias. But yeah, 70 tons of metal, really expensive. That's why you don't see Rauta going there every year. I mean, I would like to be a millionaire. Who doesn't? But yeah, Let's be realistic. Belstadt, word. That's how it is. We live in a funny world that people want to, be dangerous. People want to be edgy. Like, yeah, let's do extreme metal. But by extreme, I mean, hey, I have my own safe space. I have my own safe thoughts. And like, hey, I thought you wanted to be extreme. Like, let's do punching. Let's do drinking. Let's do drugs. Let's do fucking. Let's do some heavy lifting. And like, no, man. I like my safe as, I'm watching Sex and the City in HBO. I don't want to be in real extreme. And like, hey, we're talking about metal. We're talking about merely drinking some booze, seeing some great bands on stage. It's not like I'm gonna stab you to death. Man, seeing those bands on stage, it's way too extreme for me. What? Yeah, so there's that. You kind of want to get sweaty, but you don't want to kind of have to wash away that sweat. So there's that. Yes, Belsat, we're very much on the same page. Like, once again stated, don't stand the heat. Don't go to the fucking kitchen, man. Thank you, Neptunian Lord. Your appreciation is very welcome. Neptunian Lord is asking what? What is my favorite interviews? And your best experience with bands? What surprises I had? A great bunch of questions. I guess my favorite interview still so far is with Zemail and Absu guys at Darkness Guides Us Festival. What great two guys those two guys were, and we had some really, really, in my opinion, intelligent in interview. I was going to say chat, and also Primordial with Alan of Primordial when he was visiting Steel Chaos in Finland. Really great moments because it was way beyond your typical metal chat. Also, I think that Tolkien one is one of my favorites, and the Usurper from United States 2 years ago. Those guys had some really good mood, like old school metal moment. No posing at all, but kind of a friendly chat, and we could still go deeper than just like, hey, what's your favorite beer? What kind of guitars you like to play, and blah blah blah. Nobody wants to hear blah blah blah. We all kind of want, I think, at least anyway, we all kind of want to have that good mood moment, but we also want to go a little bit deeper. Also, that arch code moment and Nargaroth. I think all those are among my favorites. But like I said, it's hard to pick your favorite babies. I have my worst ones, obviously, which where the bands were not so responsive. Maybe not so keen to answer the questions. Maybe they didn't have the interaction with them. But man, I have so many good and fond memories of bands where they just wouldn't shut their bladder. I mean, in a perfect situation, I have to ask only one question, and the band would just go like blah. It would be like vomiting the crosses and burn churches and the body parts of Christ and all that stuff, philosophy. Everything would come out just by let's unload the vehicle. That's when things happen, blurting out basically. What is the best black metal at the moment? Asking by No Risk. That is a really hard question because asking what is the best black metal in 2021 is one thing than asking like what is the black metal that I'm enjoying throughout the years. Asking what is the best black metal of 2021 would be something very new actually. Seal Holiday would be one of my favorites, but also Bloods, Reed, Valdraur, also some newer bands. I mean, older bands on top of these newer bands. But hard to say what is the black metal at the moment because I would always go back to some certain classics. And Night Wizard, you're not the only one missing live shows. I missed them too, but luckily I had some this year as well. And Fjell King is saying very nicely, everybody wants to be black metal, but nobody wants to be black metal. Yeah, it's like I want to get drunk, but I don't want to have the side effects of being drunk. Like I want to fuck carelessly, I don't want the STDs. I want to fuck carelessly, but I don't want to wear a condom. I want to use drugs, but I don't have the fear of the overdose. Yeah, duh, brother, it comes with the territory. So it's like you want to eat hot food, you want the spicy food, you want the tacos and the burritos, but you don't want your mouth being burned. Then it's like go back to oatmeal, bro. I mean, if you want to keep it safety, you also want to keep it dull. If you want just things go nice in the terms of metal, go to listen basic heavy metal. Go to listen to power metal. Sing about dragons and castles and shit like that. Don't go anywhere near of being extreme metal. Because once you go extreme metal, you're kind of bound to dip your head in shit. And that's part of the deal. You know it, I know it, everybody should know it. And every now and then comes a sensitive person saying, like, hey, I wanted my black metal non caffeinated, non alcoholic, non drugs, non drugs. What the fuck? And I'm like, hey, there's the door. You know, I'm pointing. What the fuck you want? You gotta have both ways. You want spicy food, you get your fucking mouth burned. That's the part of the deal. It's like, hey, I want death, but I don't want skeletons. What the fuck? You want to have sex, but you don't want to have the emotions. Hard time, honey. Would you like some milk with your cookies? Like, what the fuck? You want to have the danger of the night, but you don't want to have dark. I don't know how to spell it for you. There is no night without dark. DARK. So either fuck off or maybe fuck off. So there's that. I know I'm an asshole for saying things out loud, but there's like, you can't have the omelette without breaking some eggs. That's the charm, bro. And some people are like, hey, I didn't get the memo. Like, dude, uh-huh. You know, my whiskey is made with the tears of some sensitive bastards. Now, every time I pour myself some whiskey, you know, some fucking angels cry. That's the part of the deal. Red out. Oh man. Yeah, it's nice to have you people right here. You're good, some good folk, You understand me. I think I understand you. That's why we're having this conversation. That's why we're having this chat. And yeah, Abby Hath nailed it. I hate when bands like Graveland can travel due to pseudo political reason. That's fucking stupid. It is, indeed. Belstad, You said that an interview with Niklas Kvartfort would be absolutely hilarious. The thing here is, he and his friend actually suggested that we should do an interview. So it should be possible. Now, when, where, I don't know. Notifying non-flying Finn is saying the budget option for 70 tons is close up button, but you really have to pick the cruise since it varies from old school death metal to punk. Yeah, that could be. Might consider it, but it's not the same still. Ciao, Roland. Thank you. I still like the Primordial interview as one of my best ones so far. And Abihad is saying he loved my Blood Jellies interview with on weightlifting. Yeah, they're good. There's some good guys, man. There's some nice guys. Don't let their outlook fool you. Nice guys with some little different perspective on black metal and death metal. Satyricon or Immortal and Abath thoughts. Well, first of all, old Satyricon is fucking golden. Satyricon again might be a little bit of a dickhead, but then again, when I met him in face to face for an interview, some maybe 16 years ago, he was nice as fuck to me. Same as Frost, so can't complain personally. I hope that I get to interview them someday on Rauta as well. Musically, I love the old stuff, not their newer stuff so much. Immortal, that is a Norwegian Batushka in so many ways. I mean, considering how the transition from Abath and Nemunas originally, kind of a, then Abath only, then Abath and Nemunas having their fight, and Nemunas ending up owning Immortal was kind of a weird thing for me to realize. I don't know how it went like that. But I would definitely like interview Satyricon, Immortal, and Abath, all of them. They are cornerstones of Norwegian black metal, nevertheless. What else? Never go full Gal. You mean full homosexual? Gal is a nice guy still. Thank you, Neptunian Lord, for comment about Zemial and my answers. Yeah, some great guys. When you meet an individual who is really intellectual and intelligent and all that stuff, it kind of shows through an interview. Yeah, and that's the great thing about it. And Tristan de Vanitas is saying lag 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 lag, which I guess tells a lot about it. Bloodroot, I agree with your playing making the music. Thanks, Waldman, about your comment about my rant. Yeah, extreme opinions and extreme metal. Hard cookie to crack. I kind of want to make chocolate cookies, but I dislike chocolate. What? I'd like to have sex, but I don't like hard dicks. Okay. And I also dislike wet pussies. That's an interesting take, joke. Thank you, Marcos Mendez. Muchas gracias. Ike is asking, like, if you're friendly with Tuukka Rask, could you please ask him to sign his damn contract and play goalie for Boston Bruins again? The team is struggling without him. Ike, I only wish that Tuukka Rask was following Rauta. If we were buddies, I would give him a firm handshake and like, Tuukka, you really need to go on with Bruins. Actually, a friend of mine is two friends of mine actually are big Bruins fans. I brought one of my friends some Bruin socks and no shirt. He was asking for socks as a souvenir, and I bought him a shirt, and he was like, mind blown. Yeah, we take our sports seriously. But I wish Tuukka Rask was following Rauta. That would be something. That would be something. Tuukka Rask and me having a sauna evening, talking about music and sports. I don't know. Notoriski is asking me if I could suggest him some good punk. Man, I don't really listen to punk music, so I cannot really recommend you any punk. Night Wizard is asking, what are my thoughts on Bithos? This is a question I hate because Munni Infection of Horna and Bithos is a friend of mine. And I must say, the first Bithos album is kind of a weak one. Not a bad one, but it's a lukewarm experience. When I was listening to it, I was like, so this is how Infection makes riffs, and BX and vocalist Marco comes up with vocals, and I'm like, man, this is lukewarm experience. So I was kind of happy not to review Bethos because the first one is something like 6 out of 10, 6.5 out of 10. It's not a good one. It's okay one, not a good one. I don't know what to expect from another Bithas album, which I think should be ready about now. But I'm kind of glad not to have the first Bithas one for review because I would not have been able to say good words about it and being honest at the same time. Have I ever visited Ylilauta site? Only briefly. And I know I don't have any reason to visit Ylilauta anymore. I don't think I'm the core audience, nor I would be the kind of audience the people would like to have. Non-flying thing. What do you mean? The scary part is this in like looking in the mirror. What do you mean by that? Yeah, Bellstad, I agree with these kind of a Battlescar kind of a things about unhold and whatever is like it's getting ridiculous when we have kind of legal and money kind of a thing when we're talking about releasing music in underground. I mean, it's one thing when we're talking about bands like of Satyricon level or Dimmu Borgir level and all that stuff. But when we're talking about even Batushka kind of a level, it makes me feel like what kind of a parallel universe we're living in. I mean, back in the days when people split up, they were more like, okay, you keep your band, fuck off, and I'll do mine. Or maybe they punch somebody in the face and move on. But nowadays, we have like two Venoms, we have two Entombeds, we have two Batushkas, we almost had two Gorgoroths, we kind of had two Turbo Negros. And I'm like, what the fuck? Now, I get it. I mean, I work in a bigger industry than music industry. So I get this IP problem. But the thing is, we're not talking about brands such as Amazon or Microsoft or Google or Facebook. We're not talking about Metallica or Iron Maiden. It's not like Paul Diano suddenly said, "Hey, I have this made in iron" kind of a band. It's not like KK of Priest suddenly had like, "Hey, I'm Priest Judas," you know. Instead, they move on. KK of Judas Priest went to have his KK's Priest. not the most, most innovative name in the world. He could have other names and all that stuff, but I mean, people move on. They figure out legal issues and they make good music and off they go. Like, for example, this Turbo Negro Hank von Helvete, rest in peace now. Too bad we lost him. Uh, he had Hank von Helvete after Turbo Negro. We have Entombed AD after LG Petro went on. I think it was a stupid name. But, you know, things go on. Firespawn, in my opinion, was better band than Entombed and Entombed AD ever were. So instead of doing all this kind of illegal bullshit and fighting for pennies or even bigger monies, I think it kind of goes against all this. Let's have extreme metal. We're about metal. We're not about brotherhood. We're about attitude and all that. Hey, let's go to court. I think it's fucking ridiculous, man. But hey, it's easy for me to say I don't have big bands. But then again, I've seen family crises. I've seen families in my own family, among my own relatives, fighting about um, testaments. The wills, like who gets what, siblings against siblings, and I fucking hate it. I come from a background, a Finnish background, where we are kind of humble. You really have to think where blood and relationships matter more than money. Where, things about, it's not about even your personal career or your testament, your heritage, your legacy, where you kind of define it. I don't know if someone somewhere where like, hey, I'll use this Rauta name and haha, let's take it. I don't know where it would stand, but I would figure you have the Rauta name and you do what the fuck you want because you're not me anyway. You can only use that name and then fool around with people for so long, and then what? I mean, let's play a game with Iron Maiden. Let's say Bruce Dickinson wants to take Iron Maiden and go it about. Yeah, he's the face and he has the voice, but he's not the one who writes the music, right? How long can he go? You take Metallica, you take maybe James Hetfield, and rest go on about. How long can you go? Which one is the real Metallica? Or maybe this is too far fetched and you want some black metal experience. Let's say Nocturno Calto and Fenris have a kind of an argument. They have a feud and they go different bouts. Should they break Dark Throne into two different parts? You take the Dark, I take the Throne, and we go different ways. Who goes Dark Throne? Or can there be Dark Throne without these two guys together, The point is, sometimes bands don't exist without one and another. Maybe that Impel Nazarene is a good example. But I don't know, man. True colors come through, whatever is the name. So obviously, after bunch of years with Satyricon or Dimmu Borgir and whatever you have it, maybe you have to figure it out. But eventually, the music comes through. You kind of have to come back on your feet. Yeah, that's given. So if Satyricon would, be split with Frost and Satyr, things would go different. But then again, eventually, the one that does the songs, the one that does the riffs and all, it would be figured out. It's not that complicated, really, at least in my opinion. But I get it. It comes down all the ways to money. And if you want to do it for money, go do something else than black metal. It doesn't really sell that fast, you know. Go for hard rock, heavy metal, rap music, hip hop, you know. All right, back to reading your comments once again. Waldman is asking me if I could do interview with Loic Kellier of Belle Noire and French Celtic pagan black metal band from Brittany. Well, I'm happy to do it if that face-to-face interview is possible. And Berggraben don't have recollections of that. What else? What else? Tervet interview, by the way, would be nice. Sheet system. So, Belsarvo, from which part of Sweden are you again? Lex my stamina on what? On sex or drinking or having these videos? I don't know, 4 hours already. Mutilation, that would be great. Actually, asked from some French Legions Noir for interview. So far, none of them wanted to do. Maybe French people are more shy. Waldemar, what do you think? Argen Finland, hello, Argentina, hola, muchos gracias. Venoming, indeed. Esteban is asking if I ever go out in nature, forest, and listen to black metal. Not really. I guess I'm the type of guy if I wander to forest nearby and there's really forest nearby. I don't have to walk more than 200 meters and forest is right there. Um, if I go there, probably I won't be going alone. And I guess I would be listening to nature sounds. I know there are lots of people who want to go into the nature, like forest, and listen to some Burzum or Ulver or something like that, or maybe in the woods. I don't know. I've actually never done that. There are two reasons. First of all, I'm kind of an urban boy, which some people don't seem to understand. In that sense, I guess I would be more to closer to the kind of a mysticum school, where there's kind of a gray, cold concrete, neon lights. But also, if I go to nature, why not listen to nature sounds? I mean, squirrels and birds singing about. Well, squirrels don't really sing, but you get the idea. And also, I mean, if you really go to nature, why don't you let the wind speak to you? That might sound romantic, but there's nothing really romantic about it. I mean, I live in countryside, right? So sometimes I hear when I'm like taking the dogs out, we have a couple of dogs. I can hear the lynx make the mating sounds. It's kind of high pitchy screams. I cannot do the sound, so I'm not even trying. And now we have lately had our rooster. I'm talking about the cock here, hard cock, the rooster inside our house. And when he's like, kind of a sound, really. That's the nature you have here, you know? Um, so when you go to nature, you go to outside, be it birds or squirrels or roosts or whatever, why would you replace it with man made sound? At the same time, I kind of get it. Why people would go around, go to a forest, maybe light a bonfire, listen to Burzum or Ulver. But at the same time, why don't you listen to at home? And when you go outside, just listen to outside sounds. Uh, I happen to live by the seaside, and when I watch the seaside, it's very comforting. And at the same time, I wonder. I don't know why I need to listen to music. Sometimes I do. Mostly I don't. But when I'm inside, like today when I was cooking dinner, I was listening to Judas Iscariot, you know, making salmon in the oven, mashed potatoes, and I was listening to Judas Iscariot. I guess that's the contrast what I'm referring to. But yeah, I've never been the kind of a type who wanders alone in the woods just to listen to black metal. I don't know if it makes sense. I know some people do that, but I don't know. It feels weird. I actually agree with you, Bloodward. Like you said, you need to be in your personal dungeon. In my case, my man cave. And here I listen to a lot of metal, black metal, death metal, trash metal, heavy metal, fucking Pink Floyd, man. And this is where I like to be. This is kind of on my echo chamber in a way. But when I go outside, I don't really need to listen to music so much. And Icarius Flight is making a point here. Last time he listened to music out in the nature, almost got run over by a tractor. That's the point here. But I think people are too romanticizing about the woods, like mentioning, yeah, you go into the woods and there would be a band playing. No band actually goes to the middle of the forest and then takes their amp and guitars and drums to set up a thing right there. First of all, you need the electricity, and second of all, it would be fucking troublesome. And if you see a band doing like that, they're mostly doing it for a music video or because they want to feel so fucking pretentiously hipster, you know, like, hey, we're really connected to the woods, man. Fuck that shit. You don't do it every day because you know it's way too pretentious. It doesn't make fucking sense. That's why bands have a rehearsal room. That's one thing if you're a folk band who doesn't need that electricity to, play your flutes and whatever. Well, man, I hope that someday I travel to Paris and we get to do an interview with you guys. It would be fun. Yeah. Hello, Raul Conte. Can't believe this stream is still going 4 hours later. Me neither. I was figuring out this would be 1 hour, but somehow you people kept it going. But yeah, it would be weird to go to a forest, listening to some Gojira or whatever. I mean, like, I don't know. To be honest, I could drink more without you guys. Don't take it personally, but I could be playing Far Cry or whatever, watching a movie, Witcher season 2. But now it doesn't really make sense for me to even start because in 30 minutes I have to be in bed anyway. But yeah, best albums by Dark Throne. I have already made that worst to best list, so I'm not gonna repeat it here. Oh, Moltmann, let's make it happen someday. Now, my only concern regarding foreign interviews nowadays is COVID. So it kind of a sucks that it's not safe to travel at the moment. If it was up to me, I would be already fucking booking travels to different festivals. I would be going to see some bands. I would be doing interviews in various other places. Like definitely, I would be stoked to go to Psycho Las Vegas. I would be going to Maryland Death Fest. Places beyond my imagination, and I feel like beaten in terms of going to other places. Now it's kind of ironic that now I feel that Rauta is once again growing in terms of being a channel, getting recognized by labels and people. I can fucking hardly travel anywhere. So all these interviews that have taken place have been happening in Finnish soil, Steel Hordes Festival, Nordic Metal Cruise, local events. And I don't know even when it's possible to make these foreign interviews. So, fuck me. That's kind of a sad, but it is what it is. Anyway, people who have been supporting the channel on the on Patreon, the money is being saved for future travel, so it's not wasted. So don't consider that for 1 minute. That money is saved when it's safe to travel again. And when it's safe to travel again, I will take myself and whoever comes abroad for shooting the interviews. For example, what I've been planning to do is to take my car to a ferry between Turku and Stockholm, drive to Sweden, someplace, do some interviews, drive to Norway, do some more interviews. And, I don't know. But when it's going to happen, I fucking don't know. Yeah, Belstad, sleeping is for posers, but hey, I'm a powerlifting poser, so I really need to get some sleep in order to recover from training. Because when you start training, you really know that you need to sleep every now and then. Thank you, Valerie. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for the support. So, thanks for the chat, Valerie. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. I hope you're having good time there, Valerie. Valerie, may I ask you where are you from? Now that you showed some appreciation. What else? Belstead was asking me what I think about the new Far Cry. I'm fucking loving it. Far Cry just sent me email that, or well, Ubisoft, that I've been playing some 49 hours and then some. Today I was actually expecting this stream to last for an hour and I would be playing for some, I don't know, 3 hours. I'm getting closer to the ending, but I'm loving it. Far Cry is by far my favorite first person shooter. I love the open world, I love the dialogue, the new characters, and I love the Spanish thing. Overall, the United States, yeah, I figured from the dollars, but which place of United States? Care to maybe mention a state, maybe even a city, if it's not a secret? We won't reveal your full name and all that stuff. I'm just curious because um, I like to get to know people who follow me. I'm kind of a shy to say fan because I know not a, not too many are fans, but subscribers, followers, whatever you want to be called. So Valerie, Ohio, Cleveland. Okay, cool. What's going on in Ohio? That I must say, while I know the place by name, I don't know jack shit. What's going on? You know, right there. I mean, I don't know anything about Cleveland except for Cleveland Browns being the team. Uh, what kind of bands do you have there? What is the scene like? What bands do you like? I'm curious. You raised my curiosity, not only because it's money, but you kind of, I mean, YouTube made it pop up. So I'm interested to know. Once again, reading a little bit of a background. Oh, by the way, I have Demon Souls on my PlayStation 5, which I think I will play after Far Cry. That or Assassin's Creed Valhalla's Siege of Paris edition DLC before lots of new games coming up. Waldman, yeah, let's make those interviews happen. Non-flying fin, yeah, yeah, let that go already burn. How sad is that? Evrios, or sorry, should I say Estvrios? Yeah, I had a long hair a couple of times before and after army. Do I miss it? No. If I missed it, I have never cut my hair. But yeah, I had a long hair twice. Take care, old man, and have a good rehearsals. Bonne nuit, Oldmund. Oldmund. Oh, Midnight is from a non-slaughter. Non-slaughter. I've even saw non-slaughter in my home city, and they made quite a good album this year. So cool. Midnight. It's interesting that they signed to Metal Blade, getting bigger. Profanatica is also from Cleveland. Okay, they have also played here a couple of times, also in my home city. Man, I hope to interview Profanatica someday. Though even more, I'm interested in Havohei side. Yeah, Bill said, hey, I think if you have no reason to cut your hair, don't do it. I've explained this previously in previous streams or Ask Me Anything videos, but I kind of replaced Ask Me Anything videos with streams. Um, I used to have long hair for a lot of years, but past 10 years, I kind of got fed up, when I was doing martial arts and my hair would also always get stuck under things. And I felt like it doesn't remove anything from me being a metalhead, whether or not I have this style or long hair style. So for me, it became a thing of practicality, if that makes sense. Because in martial arts, long hair is something that you can really easily to just grab onto. And I figured out it doesn't make fucking sense. So I gave it a go. And I know that I kind of closed some doors by, not having long hair. You are not credible anymore by not having long hair and all that stuff. And I was like, fuck it. It was more like a choice of having things my way. So while I still have massive respect for people who have their long hair, despite what's the work and all that stuff, I figured out my way with that was done. It was completed in a way. No regrets have for having long hair, but it wasn't a thing anymore. Obviously, now ironically, not having had martial arts for about 2 years now because of COVID, it feels like a little bit weird, almost like naked. Like, so I have to have my long hair gone, and now where it would matter, it doesn't matter because due to COVID, we don't have even, martial arts. But hey, life is life. Sometimes things go into direction you wouldn't know. And besides, we Finns have kind of a thin hair type, so even if I'm not balding right here, you can pretty much still see where my hairline grows. I never had that kind of a thick hair like Spanish people do, or Italian or French people. I always had this kind of a thin hair, which is kind of a typical for Finns. So once it kind of got wet, you would kind of see through it. I don't know if it makes sense, but yeah, that's how it is. Hello, Oscar. How are you doing, man? Apetor died recently. Apetor. Aske, can you give me a Apetor of which band? Oh, Valerie, thanks for heads up regarding profanity and Havohai. Yes, Freos, if you have a dark, thick hair and you don't have a reason to cut it, don't do it, man. Non-flying fin, I get you. I get my hair grown back after the army, but yeah, martial arts, that's how it goes. What the fuck is Stahlhelm? Goat hair, yeah, I like it. Yeah, Jerome, I think you're right with that. Night Wizard, well, I think a lot of people would be envy of you, like having that thick hair. But I guess each hair type has their own problems, so I get it. What I really liked about Havohe is that, they were always so blasphemous. You know, even when I saw the very first photos of Habohei, they were like really nude, blood all over the places, penises hanging around. I was like, yeah, these are really good because already back then when I saw those first Habohei photos, it was clear to me that American people are so shy of genitalia, and I was like, man, if they're showing their dicks, that means they're in for real. I know it sounds kind of a weird coming from a country where nudity is very very basic thing. I mean, people in Finland, we go to sauna, men and women alike, and we don't care a fuck if we see another people's genitalia. But United States of America, shocked by penises. So it was like, yes, there is something shocking happening when you see people having like blood all over their faces, corpse paints, and penises. Yeah, shocking. Jesus Christ couldn't take some penis. God Almighty, all shook up by penis. Fucking great, man. Oh, notifying fit German helmet. No, man. Not for me. Oh, Oscar, a Norwegian YouTuber. Uh, what did he die of then? Yeah, ice bathing is kind of a thing with people who make holes in ice, especially in the lakes, or sea. Doesn't really matter. No, I don't really do that, but I should. It's good for health, they say. So, what did this Apetor die of then? And Andre is asking me any thoughts about NFTs. NFTs seem to sound very nature unfriendly, so cannot really recommend people to do them. But at the moment, I don't have any deeper thought of them. Uh, I am not very fond of owning things which are too much tied to blockchain, and then again, um, basically making more consumption, energy consumption, and therefore being very not very energy conservative. So I don't think it's a good thing so far. Anyway, what I've read about NFTs. Valerie, I must say I'm not too much into Havohei uh, in music wise. That is, I remember some of their early works. Let me check out what was the name. Something from the 1990s. Uh, I think it was the Black Mist, or no, might have been. No, sorry, it is indeed the debut album, Dethrone the Son of God, which I remember hearing from the early works, which I liked because it was so much blasphemous. But it wasn't so much because of that Ledney's musical talent was present there. It was mostly for me because it was so blasphemous and offensive to Christianity and Christians. So I'm not saying I'm a Havelhay fan as such in terms of music. It's more about I'm Havelhay's fan of because Paul Ledney, if that makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense, but that's my take on it. Because when I get to hear Havelhay for the first time, I think what it was around 1996 with the Blackened compilation, and I really didn't like one bit of that. I mean, those compilations, Black and 2, they had great Swedish and Norwegian bands, but also bands like Habohe. And I remember figuring out Habohe is just Jehovah, like written in backwards ways. And it was like, okay, is this a joke? because the production was so fucking weird and weak compared to so many Norwegian and Finnish and Swedish bands. But eventually, when I learned later on about their blasphemous pictures, penises and all that stuff, nudity, and you're like, okay, these guys are for real. These are the shock to Christianity in American soil. And that's when they gained my respect. I know it may sound a little bit weird, but for me, it always stands like where you stand your ground. Like actions speak louder than words. That is exactly what this my tattoo in a way says. Res non verba, things, not words. And it might sound a little bit weird coming from a person who mainly writes things down for his daily job or where talks for his channel. But it also comes down as a circle of Ouroboros, like um, words become actions, actions become words. So it's kind of like a ongoing circle. I've never been a different person when it comes to my words and when it comes to my actions. Like, for example, when I'm praising about athleticism and being an athlete and vouching for sports. That's exactly what I do. I go to the gym. I hit the gym and I try to become better in my powerlifting. When I talk about music, I do my own music. When I'm doing reviews, it's not like I'm just throwing around these words like as if they mean nothing. They are tools to improve band's music, separate the bad ones from the good ones. It's always not just talk. Even these streams, they are supposed to have, I kind of wish to say deeper meaning, but obviously I know that some people might fear it's kind of a pretentious. But for me, these talks, these streams, these videos are tools to make our understanding bigger thing. It's also to make this following slash influencer thing more complete. So it's just not like me talking to you, but also reading your comments. It's making this whole interaction more real, if you know what I mean. So while by no means I'm saying that words don't have an impact. Of course they do, whether it's spoken or whether it's written. But where it all comes down to words, it's like you have to follow your words with action. Like if some person threatens to do something to me or whoever, that must be followed, or it's otherwise like blah blah blah. And that's what I'm trying to do with my channel as well. So if I'm giving a critique about an album, it's not to just do for the sake of it. It's not about like, hey, I don't like this album, let's just all go and hate it. It's about like, let's wonder what this album is all about. Like why that one is a shitty one and why there is this good one, and why we should separate the wheat from the chaff. And I don't know if it makes sense. For me, it makes, because it's not like I'm gonna change my opinion when I meet a certain individual face to face. It's not like when I see things on camera, different ways when I see the people in the real life. So for me, it's all about honesty. It's all about following your whole thing, you know, words, actions, personality. And, that's how I kind of started like Havohe and also Profanatica. Not so much maybe because they were musically genius. I don't think they are. But what meant for me that they are way more some kind of a band with some edgy sound is that they kind of made something profound. I don't know if this makes sense. Maybe there's a language barrier and all, but yeah. I anyway tried to make my point. And soon I really have to be going on because it's almost like 2:30. So yeah, I will be going in a few minutes. Wow, SK, thank you big time. You've been already supporting me for a long time. Man, what can I say? Big money, man. I really appreciate your I don't know, all the effort or all your money, man. What can I say? Big thank you, man. SK, nice to have you in the chat. Too bad I only have to leave in like in 10 minutes or so. But yeah, no, non-flying fin. I don't know why the hell you are up 3:33 in the morning. This is supposedly the time when people are supposed to get back to bed or sleeping already. Already, I'm reading your very last comments before I have to go. Valerie, that makes no sense that you have to go to sauna fully clothed. That makes no sense. I was in Quincy, nearby Boston, Massachusetts, some 10 years ago. When I went to the local sauna, people were actually naked. And I was positively surprised because we were supposed to go to sauna naked, not clothed. And Draconian recommending Grifemal from Spain. Yeah, that is actually interesting one. Not the best pen around, but interesting one definitely. A non-flying Finn said he already had to pee twice. Yes, it's good to pee many times. Good metabolism is always good for you. Oh, Aske, I hope that you will find the reason why a Pator died. Sorry to hear for your loss, mate. Bloodward is saying Metalocalypse is the greatest show ever to grace TV. Metal wise, agree. Not so many. Otherwise, it's a fun TV series, yeah, but only in terms of metal. And Belsa, you and me, we very much agree. People definitely should actually judge people by their actions, not how what they say. We're very much on the same page. Metal snobs, fuck metal snobs. Um, Andre is asking, how do I see German black metal scene today? I see German black metal scene from my perspective quite Finnish like. Lots of German metal bands trying to sound like Finnish ones. Like I think Sarkrista, Mavorim, and bands like that seem to have taken influence from Finnish black metal scene. Not saying it's a bad thing, but it's kind of a funny. Thank you, Neptunian Lord, for your comments, and maybe come back from later on in January stream as well. Take care, mate. SK, you just woke up the wrong fucking time, man. But it's nice to have you here. Thank you, Draconian. SK is only having it late time, 8 p.m. So it's good time to cook some food and have a few beers. Thank you, Night Wizard. Have a good night. Have a good night and happy holidays and New Year to you, Valerie, as well as USK. It's always pleasure to have you online. Before I go, SK, Uh, what else than work you have been up with? We had a little bit of messaging right there before the stream yesterday. Um, have you gotten the CDs? I hope you will get them soon anyway. All right, Belstad. How they say in Swedish? Good nut. Oh, Patrick, I've been to New York City 3 times, in fact. Yeah, good nut, Belstad. I wish I knew more Swedish, but I guess I don't know. Tack så mycket and gott natt. Gott natt of sov gott. All right, that's a good one. Thanks, Rob Hellfire. Thanks, truly. I'll be going in a couple of minutes. I need to get some midnight snack and then get to bed because the bell will be ringing for me around 11:30, so roughly 8 hours. Last whiskey right there. No Far Cry 6 for me tonight. Smoke it halfway through. And oh yeah, I was supposed to pack some sorry, Christmas presents and list some CDs. Guess I didn't get that done. Well, today is another day. What else? Yes, you got the Kurnugia CD. Good that SK. Good that you have it. Now, I think I need to set some laundry. Yes, even in Finland, we need to do that to get that, nice and clean linen sheet. Uh, I guess it's time for me to wish you people good night wherever you are. And final words are don't be a dick, be a good person, listen to some good shit. And if you want to support Rauta and want something to get worthwhile, one last reminder, get your beautiful t-shirts worldwide shipped for 25 euros. And if you want to place an order for shirts, there's an email address you can email me to. I won't be reading them anymore tonight, obviously, because I'm heading to bed. But in case you want to get your shirts, that's the address. Now, good night, people, and have a great night, great day, wherever you are, and listen to some good shit. More Rauta stuff coming your way, and there will be a Christmas video coming your way, a short one, but take care. Good night.